Okay, guys, here we go again. I don't know how many times I tell myself I'm not doing a live. I said I wasn't doing a live today. Gonna relax. Well, I wasn't gonna rest. I was actually gonna do some stuff. But anyways, we're doing a live again.
Yeah,
and
why not?
so, and Jermaine's in the house. Hey guys, how are you guys doing today? What is it? Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. So now I'm off for my 2 days, Friday and Saturday. So, anyways, welcome to the live, you guys. Sharon Parker's in the house. Great mod right there. Hi, Melissa. How are you? And then I'm just going to do some shout outs quickly, guys. Hey, Anne. How are you? Rena. How you doing? Hi, Lily. There you go. Just kind of going to scroll through this. There's Kent. Kent's in the house. I really want to say, okay, actually, I was going to say something else, but now that I brought this up, I don't know why people insist on spelling Sunny with an O. That's like Sunny and Cher. He's a male. Do I look butch? Do I really look butch that you want to put an O in there? I don't know what it is, but everyone does that. They put an O. So, anyways, that's SU, and NY.
This is
Like,
kind of Sunny and Char, though. I mean, it does
well,
have a ring to it.
you know what? So, I mean, the only reason why I'll even go for this a little bit is because my nickname is Sunny, right? My mom always called me Sunny or Sunshine. My real name is Sonia, okay? And so Sunny was my nickname given, so I've used it for like multiple years now because people would say to me like that didn't even know my nickname was Sunny. They would go like, "Well, aren't you just a bowl of sunshine or Sunny or something like that?" And I would in my head I'd be like, "Well, little did you know that's my nickname." So that's when I just ended up using Sunny because I felt it really suited my personality, and it does. I'm always pretty much giddy, pretty much most of the day. Anyways,
Absolutely.
so anyways, but it is SU anyway. Okay, just calling a spade on that one. Hi, Phoebe. How are you from Australia? Hi, Crafty Mama. How are you? Did you? I don't know who this troll is. I think her name is Charmaine. It's a troll from Canada right there as well. So for anyone coming into the live, Charmaine and I are at Western Canada in BC here. I'm in Vancouver. She's in the Shuswap. And this case, of course, is happening in Nova Scotia on the East Coast side. 4 hours difference, guys, on there. But I'm very proud to be covering this case for the sake of, of course, it's Canadian. It's a case that's gone national, and you don't usually see that coming out of Canada too much, to be honest with you. Um, and I'm proud that Belinda, the paternal, I'm going to use the word paternal because I really hate saying bio. Sounds like a chemistry. But anyway,
Mhm.
so the paternal grandmother, Belinda, has been gracious enough to want to, talk with me in Messenger. She said I was the one. I think it's the son thing, yeah, the son. But anyways, so she's been very gracious enough to talk to me in Messenger. Why? Because, well, she really just wants to keep uh, the case out there. And I'm sure, like Daphne Sullivan, simply is frustrated as well, wants answers. And question is, there is none at this moment. And then, well, the thing that I appreciate here. So if you're new to the channel, okay, what better people to talk to than family? Instead of all this fabricated mess that's going on out there right now. So we believe in facts about cases, not a bunch of drama and not a bunch of BS. So so talking about a case, hypothetically, allegedly, in our opinions, that's one thing. I'm not talking about that stuff. What I'm talking about is the facts of the case. I'm very myself. All I want to know is kind of like the timeline in a sense, and who's saying what and where, why. And then you start putting all these puzzle pieces together so that it can make sense. So the more we hear, the more we can kind of look and go, okay, well, now that I have this piece of information, and again, remember that these things have been told to Belinda by either Malehya or Daniel, okay? And other things are just where I've asked her what she thinks, stuff like that. But so always keep that in mind. But bottom line is that it's information coming out of the family, you know, to help, to assist, to and so what better knowledge could you actually get than at least people that are really dedicated to just searching for the truth and putting out factual stuff. We're not a BS channel. We don't play those games. We don't play clickbait games. We don't play abusing and using people for the intent purpose of, just getting information. It's not how we work. And so anyways, so you guys, all we ask is that you guys hit the like and the share. Do it not for us. Please do it for the children. Please do it for Lily and Jack. And again, hearts to Belinda. You guys want to fill up the chat with hearts for Belinda. She is watching right now. And again, she's been watching each live. And sometimes if I have to ask her something during the live, if she has an answer to it or not, she'll let me know. So just want to give a big shout out to Belinda and Belinda's daughter as well. I'm not going to say her name, but she messaged me to say thank you very much for being non-judgmental to the family, and meaning her family, her mother, and to say a big thank you. And so that was very sweet. She was quite a big message from her daughter. And it was just nice. I didn't even know that she had friend requested me, to be honest with you. But it was just nice that she sent a nice message saying a big thank you. And that respecting her mother's wishes, about information. Again, I'm not going to put out anything that Belinda doesn't want me to. And the thing is that there's not very much that she doesn't let me post. The only thing we don't talk about, simply for the most part, besides the little fractures of it, is her son, which is the paternal father of Jack and Lily. Okay. So that's something I said I would not do, besides to put out the fact there that, well, there's a couple little things that you might see in a couple of the clips that we've talked about where it's not information about anything in a sense towards stuff I'm not putting out there. Even stuff that there's some things that she said I could, and I'm not going to. But Cody Lee Sullivan, that's out there with an arrest record, is not her son. That's false information. People are putting out a picture of Daniel's mom. That's false information. Okay. So again, I'm not into that stuff. And if we make an error in a correction, then we will let you know that it was. Okay. So I had put out about the Cody Lee Sullivan as well. And then she informed me that that's not him. And I was like, oh, okay. Because I got it from a channel that is reputable. But obviously mistakes are made sometimes. But we don't ever want to, of course, like put pictures of moms out there that don't even look like the mother, first of all. Let alone, I don't even know where that came from, that one. But anyways, bottom line is, for Daniel Martell, Ginny literally puts underneath her son's picture on his own Facebook page, "My handsome son." I don't know how that was confusing. But anyways, maybe they just didn't look at the Facebook and see that, perhaps. Anyways, hi, little mama. Joe Hunter, how are you? Okay, sorry, going down still. Oh, my Siri's talking to me. I'm just trying to see if I'm missing. Just trying to grab people's names. Oh, there's Sunshine on a rainy day. Hightown Chat and Cafe. And you guys, I'm sorry if you're bored as I do this, but honestly, I appreciate giving some shout outs to people that come in the chat on there, because if it wasn't for you guys, these cases wouldn't get the widespread information that they do. So make sure that we want to always thank you guys for being the ones to hit the share button, like, and spreading it across the entire internet and stuff like that. And thank you for caring about Jack and Lily's case. Obviously, that's why you're here on this one. So thank you guys. And so, sorry, wait, what? Lizette's in the house. And I think I'm just trying to scroll as fast as I can. Quite a few people in the house right now. Hi, Irish girl. Hi, Cyber Chaos. How are you? Juju, her and her husband are both in the house. Hearts for Belinda. Thank you so much. Hi, Marlene. Okay. So I just want to say this again. I so appreciate the fact that Belinda is giving us some information that we would have otherwise not had. So put it with everything else, and then whatever conclusion you still come up with, that's totally up to you. Just we want to put out the facts, guys, not crap. Linny, a testament to you girls. Thank you so much. Hi, Karen. How are you? We'll get through this. Okay. Miranda, Kalisa. So I just want to, now I feel like I've done one, I got to do them all. Hi, Lisa. Hi, Nancy. Hi, Boston. How are you guys? Okay, I think, am I getting there? Miranda's in the house. Hey, Miranda. Nancy, the Nancy. The Nancy. But I said that. I think, okay, guess what? I made it to the end. Okay. For everyone that is in the house, again, just please ask, please, for Jack and Lily, and for anyone that have been missing and murdered, please hit that like and share. It's important that it stays out in the algorithm. And again, Belinda, I really appreciates the fact of everyone sharing and caring about this case. It's sad. It's very sad and very tragic. Shemaine, what was I just gonna do? I'm just gonna do something.
Weren't you looking for Sebastian's poster
Nope.
or something?
Mm-mm. Hi, Jan. Nope. I literally, it is gone. Ching out of there. Okay. It will come back to me perhaps. Okay. So we'll get started here just quickly, you guys. Sebastian Rogers disappeared February 25th. Oh, I know what I was going to say. You guys, for anyone that's a member of the channel, you guys know now that there's the hearts here. Okay, spam those out. Okay, so that's for Jack and Lily. Unfortunately, can't make them bigger than that. Just like I made one for Sebastian as well. So I just wanted to make a special emoticon for Jack and Lily. So it's only for members, guys, that can, of course, use those. So anyone that is a member, you can just spam those all you want. And okay, so Sebastian Rogers, February 25th, 2024, disappeared from his home, apparently. Hopped on a magic carpet and just somehow vanished. Or possibly it could have been he left the home, been abducted, family involvement. Bottom line is Seth Rogers, who I respect so much in this, which is a biological paternal father, has been so diligent in over 15 months here of trying to find out what happened to his son. He's the epitome to me of exactly how a parent should be acting when they are desperately seeking to find their child. So kudos always to Seth Rogers for doing what natural emotions and feelings and care for your own damn children look like. Now, as for the bio mom or the paternal, whatever, Kitty Proudfoot and stepfather, I'm just going to say this, side eye. Okay. Definitely. But we don't know what happened. There's no one that's been charged or accused or anything like that. And we don't have any answers, kind of like what we don't have any answers for Jack and Lily's case at the time. But I know it's been a while, guys. It's almost been a month. Sebastian's has been 15 months. Like I said, cameras, everything, right? You guys know the land of digital, all that stuff. Nothing. Okay. They got nothing. Nothing. Besides a light video that is possibly connected perhaps to his disappearance in the wee hour mornings of like 3:30. And it's just basically maybe something to do with the case. Perhaps not, but it is one of the only things that might have something to do with his case. Okay. And then I wanted to share because Belinda, and I noticed, I think her daughter too, had this nice little posting of Dylan Eller. So Dylan Eller, 2023 years old, disappeared. So they basically have said that he ended up in that river where his boots were found there. The parents, they wanted to have answers. The grandma tied the dog on the leash there, and within like 18 seconds, Dylan just vanished. Basically, they're angry at her because they don't feel like she's telling the truth. They just want answers. There's going to be a search actually tomorrow and on June 1st for Dylan. So a very sad case, and more people are picking it up, which is great to see. It's perfect. Again, it's just a bunch of sadness for these families. It's the worst type of pain anyone could ever feel is not knowing. And it breaks my heart, like to no end, right? just the idea that someone you love, especially your child, or your husband or your wife, and there's just no clue what happened to them. Some people go without knowing. Sadly, life plays nasty tricks like that. In other cases, they're found, like in the Karina McClurkin case, finally put to rest 5 years later, pretty much. And at least her remains were brought home on there. So, okay. So with that being said, again, bless you guys. Thank you guys all for being in here. Appreciate. So I figure on this live right here. So there isn't no new knowledge besides what you guys heard yesterday, in a sense, besides some information, of course. You guys saw the title on that one. Okay, guys. So there's not a lot to this part of it right here. But we're going to go through, mine and Belinda's conversations and compact it into this live, because we did a live on like the 26th, and so that was information that day. Then me and Belinda spoke again, and then we had more screenshots that I could share. So like I said, Belinda has been very gracious. Everything besides things about her son, and like I said, the very little that I do show doesn't impact what I've promised not to talk about, and things that are okay to show. But other than that, everything's been good that she has said to talk about. So, well, I guess we'll just, even though this was the last screenshot, I'll just put it up on stage. So this is Belinda. And again, that's a paternal grandmother. And she said, Daniel told me the day we talked that Malehya left a message at around 6 a.m. on May 2nd to the school switchboard so they wouldn't be in school. Now, again, like I said, not a ton of stuff going on right now, but these little things, okay, regardless, these are details. So Belinda has spoken, like she was at the home 3 times, okay? And she's talked with Daniel, and Malehya was the one that sent her the initial post that Belinda did, which said about 8:30, kids in the bedroom type of thing, and then just disappeared. But we'll get back into that one. So anyway, so for anyone that's truly following the case, just put this in your information bag type of thing. So because the point is you're trying to put a puzzle together, and we went from all this stuff over here to yesterday we found out that in public that the children were seen, so they can basically verify. And basically what they said was, and I seen this again, Charmaine, it's that one posting in that article said all camera footage from Thursday 2 p.m. to 12 o'clock on the day that they went missing, which is May 2nd, that they were looking for any dash cam during that time frame. That one was specifically, it said that. But obviously you guys know that they're getting trail cams from like 5 days before. And so, so why are they asking for that? Are they thinking abduction? Are they doing it because they want to see if there's any footage of the vehicles from the home that have, during that time that left? Or is it, I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. At this point,
they're probably honestly trying to verify. And I mean, I'm so worked up right now, but they're probably trying to verify the stories that they're hearing. So it's literally, it's not fodder for speculation. It's a police investigation. They are looking for clues. They're trying to corroborate stories that they've heard probably from the last people that saw the kids, which I'd like to remind everybody, and I'm sure Sunny's going to play it again, that the children, the words were, the children were observed in public with family on Thursday afternoon. That's pretty much a direct quote from the RCMP. That's pretty clear to me. And the police aren't going to get up and lie. They're not going to play word games with the public here. It's just, continue, Sunny.
so I will say this. Okay. And Miss Persevere, yes, kid, children, child, whichever. What do you say, Miss Persevere? I'll say this. Charmaine, if she seems worked up today, she is. Why? Because here we are trying to put out the facts of a case. Literally, the paternal grandmother that has some information, and we're trying to put out facts. Who else has the information from one of the family members? Anybody? Any other channel out there that's literally talking to a family member? And yet they're putting out a bunch of bull crap around there. False stuff, fake stuff. Or what, Charmaine? What did Deception Detective say in his about being that?
I mean, don't make me go there, because
I
it's
know.
just
It's
just
ridiculous.
beyond. But you guys, and I've seen you out there. I've seen you out there, and now I'm full on being ignored out there. But I've seen everybody post your channel and quote the stuff that Belinda is telling you, and they're being attacked and dismissed and ignored. It's beyond frustrating. It's like they don't want to hear from the family.
That's what I don't understand, is that you'll see thousands of people in these chats, and yet this channel literally has, and mind you, I'm a smaller channel, don't get me wrong, but still. So you literally have family that is, I'm showing you posts, she's allowed me to, and then it's almost like no one wants to hear that. What do you guys want to hear then? Just a bunch of crap that people talk about and keep speculating and keep making crap up. So yes, it is. Is it frustrating? What can you do? It is what it is, right? But you know what? Again, at the end of the day, this channel can just really focus on itself. But is it frustrating? Yes, because you're trying to do the right thing for the right reasons. And all the bigger channels or whatever, it's like, oh, does that person even, does Belinda even talking exist? It's crazy. And yet this whole part of true crime wants to sit there and talk about Daphne Sullivan and sit there and go like Deception Detective. No offense, dude, but just like you can have your comment things, let me just talk about yours. But so he's sitting there putting out there that, well, I don't believe in this post. We don't know that this is true. Hey, Michelle After Dark, no offense to Michelle After Dark, because he didn't do his due diligence. That's what pisses me off, is that if you're going to put out posts that I put up from Charmaine sending me to them, and I was the first live to put up those posts, and there was 5 of them, but I only showed 4 because 2 of them were repetitive. I don't have to send them no link. Do your damn job. But don't sit there and accuse Daphne Sullivan. If you had all the posts, you don't need the link. I already know that Daphne Sullivan, and verified through Belinda, that Daphne Sullivan is a relative. But to sit there and have a platform, sorry guys, we're just venting for a minute, but to go out there and have a platform and to have these people watch it and then think that Daphne isn't even a family member when she's a great aunt of Lily and Jack. Thank you, Belinda, for verifying that. And I even said, Belinda, can you just verify this? And she's like, what post? And I'm like, this one, show it all. And she's like, yep, that's Daphne. But I already knew that. And I knew that because on the 4th of May, Daphne posted that these were her brother's grandchildren. So I already knew that because she was already attached. So do your dang due diligence. And instead of running off with all these freaking that the kids are dead, kind of like the Soto case. And well, how do we know that they were alive? How do we know that even in public, how do we know that they're alive? Right? It's bullshit. But that's all we're going to say. Because
And
what can
I mean,
do?
we're all just speculating. We are all just speculating, but I say it almost every show that there's a way to do it respectfully and responsibly, and that ain't it. When you have over 5,000 views and 120 comments in less than 30 minutes on the bullshit that you're spewing, you are irresponsible. And like my face is getting hot. I get so mad.
I know. And it's because the reason why we're get hot-headed a little bit when it comes to this stuff is because we're passionate. Our hearts are pure and they're just on our sleeves, right? You try to put out the truth there. Why don't people seem to want to actually hear from the family? You do, right? So for all those people that truly do, thank you for joining us today. For all the people that want to twist it into bullshit, other than that, you know where the door is to leave here. But the whole point of all of this is you can talk about the case, speculate, absolutely, whatever you want to do. And any channel can still do what they want, regardless. But it really does suck when you put your heart and soul into truly trying to give facts and not bullshit and BS. And when you put out bullshit and BS and whatever, and you realize that it is, then correct yourselves. But hey, that's just the way we work here. But anyways, if you guys want the truth of this case and information, please come here, right? If you want to have a good laugh, or something like that during someone's live and whatever, or listen to the drama queens and stuff like that. When I say drama queens, some channels are just drama, right? But go ahead and do that. That's your choice for sure. But if you truly want facts, please come here, because that's what this channel is about. You don't mess with, if, like I said, if you haven't done your due diligence, don't put that. You shouldn't be putting that stuff out there. So it's really offensive.
And I just want people to know that if you're out there and you're trying to, put out this information and you're being shot down or asked, and you're posting the channels, and then I go around and I read comments on other people's videos, and people are hearing you. They are, but they're calling you, like they're saying, well, they don't have any receipts, and they're saying this and that, and they're saying they're talking to this person, but they're not posting anything. They're hearing you. They're hearing us. They're just not believing, and they can't be bothered to come and check it out because Sunny's not putting it in a nice gift box with a big bow on it saying, here's all the screenshots of all the conversations, take it, run with it. Because Sunny's not doing that, they're basically calling us liars.
But I did.
It bothers me to no end that, like I said, these huge platforms that get so many views and in such a short amount of time, it's like they see it, they hear it, but they just turn around and say, "Oh, this is a better angle. I'm going to go this way instead." But if they were decent about it, they'd probably have Belinda in their messenger box, because their platform's bigger. Yeah, they don't seem to understand that.
The thing is with Belinda, obviously, right? Just like I said, she saw in me something that she liked. So, and I had requested it a week before. So again, I'm grateful for that. And if nobody else, like I said, wants to pay attention, I screenshotted everything that me and Belinda had talked about. I showed my receipts, right? So that's the thing. Today, I've gifted in a bow for you guys. I literally took screenshots of everything, like in a better way. When I say a better way, the first day I just simply showed it like this, but yesterday I showed it with our conversation so that you could see what I kind of asked and what she replied to. So I went back to that today to do the exact same thing. So I put it in a gift little bow, and Olivia, no problem at all for sending you hey on there. She asked me for those Daphne screenshots or whatever. So absolutely. But anyways, so yeah, bottom line is here is, if you really want to know the facts of the case, honestly, just come to this channel. You can go visit those other channels and see all that stuff. But if you actually really want a channel that has the facts and literally has a family member speaking with them, then please come here, because it's these little tidbits like what you're seeing today in front of you that Belinda had said that make a difference when you're thinking about the case. It's literally you get information and then you're trying to search for the answer. Well, how can you find the answer, or at least, or come close to thinking of a theory or possibility if you don't have a fuller picture? So that's what I appreciate. That's what Belinda has offered us. She's offered us information to give a fuller picture but really, it's all about bringing awareness to the case, right? People get bored if there's nothing going on. They do. They just move on to other cases and stuff like that. Of course, Belinda or the other family members don't want that to happen, right? They want to know what happened to Lily and Jack as well. So again, thank you, Belinda. I appreciate you. There's a lot of people that are appreciating you and this channel for exactly what we stand for and what we do and why. It's always about the children. It's always about the missing and the murdered. It's never about anything else besides that. Besides, Go ahead, Shami.
Well, I've also heard out there that, there's no way that we can verify the information, and that's very true. This is the information that's being told to Belinda. Now, can Belinda know for a fact that all the information is absolutely true? No, but we can say for a fact that this is what was told to Belinda by the people directly involved. Yes, it is a fine line, but there is a line there. We're not just out there spreading bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure Daniel's not going to come up on the live. I'm pretty sure Malehya isn't going to come up on the live.
I wouldn't doubt if, one day, if for a channel that's respectful, and maybe not this one, but I wouldn't doubt that Daniel would talk to them, talk to a channel someday when things start to, hopefully not, but when things start to die down and he wants to keep this case out there, there's no reason why he wouldn't, but he's not going to with these channels that are out there saying, we've never seen Daniel say he's been interviewed by the RCMP. Well, yes, we have. Yes, as a matter of fact, we have on the national news. So just by saying that, you're making him feel like you're calling him a liar instead of having the opportunity to ask him these questions to his face. And we can all be suspicious of him and of Malehya. The fact is, if you're not respectful to these people, you're going to get less and less information, in my opinion. And Sunny went how many weeks without doing a single live? I know she says this is about the children. We're not here for clicks and views. Sunny's been trying to grow her channel, and she's morphed into somebody that takes a case on when she feels like it's worthy of her time and energy. It's not about growing her channel and making news and getting clicks and views. And this is literally here about spreading the word about Jack and Lily right now. And before this, it was Sebastian. Do you know what I mean? There's a difference. You're on YouTube for clicks and views, but why are you wanting those clicks and views? Totally different. Money or awareness.
Right. And I'm
sorry, I told you I'm worked up. I'm sorry. I'm muting myself right now.
It's okay. Let it out. Let it out. It's no different than Daphne Sullivan letting out her frustrations either. Same thing, right? Just venting off a little bit of steam on this one. But I do want to say this. I refuse to grow this channel by being drama queen, by having drama, by using fake clickbait things and stuff. I refuse to do that. I can, but I'm not that person. I will do it organically and naturally. That means it takes years versus somebody else that wants to do it that way. That's fine. But I can't, in my heart, as my own morals, I can't do it. I can't sell my soul to the devil for nothing. So I will grow this channel because people either respect it, they want to come watch it because they like the channel, but I will do it always from my heart and never for any other reason. And so, let's see, switch. I'm just trying to read something that Belinda's saying to me right now.
I'm really glad that so many new people have found this channel over this case. It's sad that a community has to come together over something like this. But this channel, I've been a member and a friend of Sunny's for over 2 years now, and this channel is unique in the YouTube world. And I go to all kinds of different chats now that I'm basically semi-retired. I'm out there and I'm watching, and I'm watching these chat rooms and stuff, and they're not communities like this one. This is different. But it's because it's for awareness. So welcome to everybody that just found this channel. It's a good place to be.
Welcome to hell. No, just kidding. No, I appreciate that. No, yeah, no, I'll never change. I'll always be this way. I just, like I said, it's my way to, if, like I said, organically that it grows or whatever. That's the way I want it. I want to do it the right way. I have to live with myself, you guys. At the end of the day, I couldn't live with myself if I started going, well, let me make clickbait thumbnails. Let me start asking for all these donations. I just couldn't do it. It's not in me. Other people can, I can't. But anyway, so the bottom line is my heart is in the place of the missing and the murdered. I struggle to be in this community because of the pain that these families go through. But honestly, you guys, the one thing that we can do to help them out is hit that like and the share. If you guys want to watch more of the channel, hit the subscribe. Am I forcing you to? Yes, actually. No, just kidding. But right, and if you want to, then subscribe. But all I really care about is that for the sake of these families that we cover their cases, just do that small little part. If you're coming in here to watch it, just tap that little button with your DNA. All right. Okay. So we're going to move on here, guys. Okay. So are we done? Sherman, anything else to say? You need to punch a pillow or something like that? Sure. Okay. You want to punch Ken? No? Oh, yeah. Anyways, you guys, thank you for all the kind words that people are saying. Thank you for subscribing for the people that are coming in. Oh, and by the way, Charmaine, I think we were about to hit close to 14,000. Yay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I seen like we were like 20 away. Watch, we're probably going to lose like 20 going.
I apologize for my rant to anybody that's watching. I'm not a regular on the show. I was Sunny. My opinions are my own, and they don't necessarily represent those of the channel owner. Let's just say that right now.
No. I mean, actually, we are over 14,000. Yay! Thank you guys. The reason why it means the most to me, honestly, is because the bigger the channel grows, the more awareness that this channel can do. Again, I do pride myself in the fact that I love timelines. I love to dig for information. I like just to put out facts. And I really, truly do it for myself first and foremost, but so that I can present it to you guys, in a way that I always just thought that everyone just wanted the facts. For me, I was like, I'm not really into all this drama stuff. I can take a joke and people can, begrudge the channel sometimes and stuff. I just laugh it off because I don't really care. I just really care about the impact that this channel can have when there's more subscribers. Of course, I can bring more awareness, right? So when you do have a platform and you are covering cases like this, theories, all that, like we said, perfectly fine. Absolutely. But just at least try to do your due diligence on the information that's out there. So that's how we'll grow. So thank you guys. Okay. And don't forget, if you're a member, don't forget to use Jack and Lily's emoticon there. Okay. All right. Perfect. Now, like what? Okay. I think it's going to be a bit here. Just trying to think here. Okay. I got to start with number one. Okay. This is number one. Okay. Let's start with this. So you guys wanted it in a bow? Let's try to put it in a bow for you guys. So Daphne, you guys know Daphne Sullivan, the great aunt to Jack and Lily, the one that's real, the one that actually is. Oh, Charmaine. Wait. Okay.
Well, congratulations on over 14,000. Yay!
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so let me I know that the Rickroll is going to go off 10 times, as a matter of fact, but let's just quickly see here, Charmaine. Okay, it's going by
Can't
fast.
you mute them? Can't you mute them?
It's not easy. One sec.
We could just talk over them.
Yeah. Okay, so Annabelle, Lisa B. Always, Lizette, The Realm, Karen, Albany, Skyrimum, Maria misses the South. Sorry, Maria, that you missed the South. And SRB received memberships. And then MB Starla also did as well.
Oh, you're welcome, everybody. Congratulations.
So, it's about
Charmaine. Time.
Thanks to Charmaine, guys, okay? Thank you, Carla. Thank you very much. Hi, Nancy. Thank you for subscribing, Sherry. Again, thank you guys for that. Okay, so can I turn it off, to be honest? And we'll ride. Oh, we'll ride through it. It's one of those things is that comes out of Stream Labs, not StreamYard, that one. So And I have it to the Rickroll. Okay. So when Daphne was, so there was in Daphne's post, you guys, she used this word sharing, and we couldn't figure out what it meant. So what it meant was that basically, Belinda, yeah, it's probably going to bug me, eh? I'd desert you guys all in a second, by the way, especially if there's cheesecake or ice cream involved. Just saying, I would do that. So basically, is that Belinda and Daphne, they had no clue that until they saw it online where Malehya and Daniel were living. They had no clue that they even, like, where they lived, let alone in that shack of a home, right? It's going to end soon. Charmaine, how many is that? 5? When it comes, yeah, it's probably going to get old. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to mute myself, and I'm just going to play a video quickly just to ride this out. Thank you, Charmaine. Love you.
Sorry.
Oh, no. Don't be sorry. We'll just do that, though.
Just staying as hopeful as possible. I want them home. I want to hold them. And I want them home. What happened was we woke up, I heard them playing in the next room beside us, and I was drifting in and out of sleep. And they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them. And they happen to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens. And they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time. And the next thing we knew, it was quiet, and we get up, and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no. And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911. I just had the instinct I needed to call. They're both really go-lucky children. They're so sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off. They will speak to anyone in a store. Everyone. They're just extremely sweet kids. I appreciate the huge search effort going on right now. But we've been pushing for an Amber Alert, which hasn't been issued. Not just that they could possibly be abducted, which it is a possibility that they could have been, but just an alert to let everyone know that they are missing. We had people text me saying that they weren't aware someone else let them know that they were missing, and it would just be nice if everyone could be alerted. We thought maybe that we found tracks, but it's still uncertain. It's been raining and they're probably soaking wet, but with the sun today, I'm hopeful that they are feeling warm. We're all filled with pain and sorrow because we just want them found. We want them home. Everyone loves them. They are definitely verbal, and they do have possible autism, but it's not extreme autism. It's just they have issues with school, and they don't catch up with the other kids. I just want to remain hopeful. But there's always, in a mother's mind, you're always thinking the worst. Last night was one of the worst nights because I didn't have them in their beds. And I don't want to go through that another night without them.
The last few days have been very stressful. I mean,
we're good there. Okay. And so Belinda had answered, I think I said it in the post, but yes. So you can leave a message on the school, answering machine there, which, right, you call the school, leave a message there. So exactly. So 6 o'clock, she would have obviously been leaving a message because nobody at school at 6 o'clock usually ever. Belinda, do you know what time their school, just to ask you? Sometimes she gets behind in the chat, so let me ask her.
Pardon?
I'm just going to ask Belinda.
Oh,
huh? Wait, what? What?
I didn't know what you were asking. But
Well, I was going to ask Belinda if she actually knew what time the school started there, but she might not, right? But she might. But if she does, whatever, on there. And the other thing is,
usually about like 8:30 and 9, I think, usually in Canada.
yeah, like I started school at like 8:15, I believe it was myself. Is when the school started, 8:15, 8:30, type of thing. Okay, so now I can go back to this. Oh, oh, hi, Helen. Thanks for becoming a member. Appreciate that. Okay. Okay, so let's start kind of over with this because I have like 28 screenshots. Okay, guys. And again, this is Belinda and my conversation. And Belinda is the paternal grandfather, or Belinda called her that, grandmother. And her son is the paternal father of Jack and Lily. Okay. So Daphne made a post, as you guys know, Daphne Sullivan. She had this one spot on one of her when she was talking. Again, Belinda, Daphne, and others obviously had no clue up until the news came out and they saw a picture of the home. Okay. And so that was kind of like a shock to them. And but Malehya gave me she says, but Malehya gave me her address on May 2nd when I messaged her after learning of the children's disappearance from a friend who saw it on Facebook. That's how she knew now the place that they lived in. Okay, so I said, okay, thanks for clearing that up. So I asked her basically, I just always like to have the most accurate info. And then she answered me back to this. I asked her basically how she was feeling. She goes, as for my heart, it changes almost daily. Right now, I feel either someone on the property knows what happened to Lily or Jack, wanted to go to school perhaps, but not taking their coats when it's raining and pretty cold doesn't make sense. So let's see. Have you ever watched Dr. Todd's? Okay. And then she just said, I basically asked her about Dr. Todd Grand, if she watched him. And she said, I'm not sure. I switched between everyone to see if anyone has added something. I don't know. The police are very tight-lipped with their thoughts. Okay. Thank you for subscribing, Brandon. Appreciate that. And do you judge love by the way a house looks? Who, me? Do you judge love by the
No,
way?
she was asking Teresa,
Oh,
I guess.
Teresa?
I didn't see Teresa's comment, so.
Well, obviously you don't judge love by the way a house looks. I mean, you can maybe judge how their living quarters are and how the kids are living, but not about love. I could live with my husband in a paper freaking bag and be happy as long as I'm with my husband.
And to be honest with you, the condition of the yard, and from what we've heard now, the condition of the inside of the house does kind of support what Malehya was going through and dealing with her postpartum and depression and anxiety, and Daniel probably being overwhelmed. That just, to me, that just backs that whole thing up.
Yeah. Okay, so that was number one. Okay, this is number two. So you guys might see bits and pieces, like, meaning there's parts of the conversation that are irrelevant, or there's parts of a conversation where we're, say, talking about her son or something like that. So again, I'm just posting the ones that are relevant, and we're not including. There's a couple things about the son, but nothing that's saying much by the same token. Even though there was stuff that she was like, you can say that, and I'm like, no, I'm not gonna, because I know how people are, right? Her son doesn't have social media, so good fight on that one. But anyways, Daniel and his cousin. So okay, so this question was about. Remember how Daniel in the interview starts talking about the clothes? Remember at first it was just like the booties and type of thing, and the knapsack, but then all of a sudden he starts giving a more descriptive of what the children are wearing. So Belinda, again, this is coming, like I said, through them. Well, Daniel and his cousin went through. This was from Daniel. Daniel and his cousin went through Jack's clothes to try to figure out what he was wearing. At least that's what the cousin told me on May 4th. Okay. I'm not really going to refer to so much what I'm sitting there saying, but it's there if you want to read it. So she said, Malehya had to leave May 3rd because CPS was going to take away the baby. She did not want to. She and Meadow are staying with her mom. Daniel told me that CPS will not allow him to see the baby or his other 2 children. So he obviously, you guys don't know, Daniel has 2 other children, with his ex. And so basically there's 5 children altogether there. And so let's see. And then so far what I've told you, so I don't really need that. That was number 2. I got to pull some off the screen here, guys. Just to make room for some more here. Again, please hit that share. Anyone coming in, please hit that share. Spread the word if you could. Keep this case out there. And again, thank you to Belinda. You guys show her love for this information, right? It's the only channel, I guess. I'm not even trying to hear nothing about gloating, but is there any other channel that has a family member that's literally talking to their channel? So this is a blessing that a family member, does want to talk. Absolutely wants to know answers to what happened to Jack and Lily. Okay, so that's this should be number 3. Okay, so this is about her son here, and I'm only showing you this part just to make it clear he has no records or arrests. She's talking about her son. Again, let's reiterate. Cody Lee Sullivan, that they're saying is that marketplace dude is not her son, okay? And that's misinformation. And then she says, there is nothing out there about him because he has no social media, okay? So that's what we're saying. These channels have no clue. They're still going to keep talking about like Cody Lee Sullivan is her son and stuff like that. And that he's the father. And they're going to act like he's a deadbeat, that never paid child support and all this stuff and tried to change his name and all this stuff, right? Again, not accurate information. That's important, right? It's important when you want to know the scope of the case and when you got the people involved, and obviously people want to know about the bio father, they want to know about the family, they want to know about the brother, and they're looking for anything to do with SRO and stuff like that. Okay, again, just trying to clear some of that stuff up. Okay, so remove. What number was that? I think that was 3. Yeah. Okay. So go do another one. And like I said, I'm just trying to put this in a neater little bow for everybody. That's why I screenshotted from both our conversations. A couple things I left out because honestly, so a couple times Belinda had said the 11th or 12th. And then yesterday she had corrected it to say, no, Sunny, it must have been the 18th because the 3rd time I was there was like the last day of the search, which would have been the 18th. Oh, 1 second here. Tina super chat, $2. You're awesome. Thank you. Thank you for keeping us updated every day. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, Tina. Bless. Thank you so much. You guys if I bend over, you guys see that junk behind me? That's all my Temu stuff that I've ordered. I'll tell you. You guys, I got Temu coming out of my yin yang, to be honest with you. Way too much. I'm so Christmas prepared. It's not even funny. Okay. Anyways, Tina, thank you so much for that. Okay. So this is where Belinda is saying she was there. So, right. She was there on the 3rd, 5th, 18th. She says, I was in those woods looking, and they are right about it. Almost impossible to get through. Okay. And then what does that one say? And that's when I think I asked her, okay, that's when I was asking her. Because, I've offered for Belinda, I said, you know what, if you ever become adventurous, but she doesn't want to join the live. She just simply wants to stay in Messenger and stuff like that. Okay, guys? So I'm respecting that, which, of course, because this is not everybody's cup of tea to do this at all. And that's perfectly fine with me. And so that's kind of where I was saying there. And then she said, Daniel did an interview in the rain. You guys know which one that one was, right? When he's talking in the rain and he's right up close to the camera. She goes, but I'm not sure what day it was. So this is because remember when Daniel stumbles over the word Friday? Whenever we see these kind of jitters or weird things happening, we kind of all like red flag them. So she was talking about that particular interview, how remember when Daniel said it's been stressful and stuff like that. Okay, so that one is up on the screen. I got to get rid of some more. Remove from studio. So this one's there, so that's 4. So you guys, seriously, I gotta. Charmaine, I'm going to number 5 now. Okay. Remove. Add to state. Nope.
But there's always
go back. Yeah. Yep. Sorry to cut you off there, Malehya. Oh, by the way, I'll just quickly show this. So this is what the actual emoticon looks like. Okay, for Jack and Lily.
So cute.
I know you got. So Belinda shared, if you guys want to check it out, and I might show them later, Belinda shared a bunch of new pictures of Jack and Lily along with Belinda. This is so there's there's some that are just really precious, like the one where the Lily's in the box. Oh my god, so freaking cute. But anyways, so yeah, so obviously I've took out the background remover for this picture, but come on, guys. How can you not hit that like and share button for these beautiful children? Canada on there. They're wearing. It must be Canada Day. Like, so cute. Don't even get me in waterworks here. I got to take that back down. Okay, but that's what the so if you're a member, again, that's what the little emoticon is for Jack and Lily. Okay, guys, I'm gonna make you guys an awareness video. I'll work on that like over the weekend here. I want to do a little bit of awareness video, and you guys know, do like a tribute awareness video for Lily and Jack as well. Do kind of what I like to do those little special videos, like for Sebastian, for Nicola Bully and stuff like that, for those cases. Anyways, it means a lot to me. It's my remove. It's my way of saying here's a little something to the family in a sense, but I do it because I really enjoy doing those. And again, if a family member sees it, which I know in this case they will, then it even makes it more special. So image files, that was number 4. So we're going to go to number 5. What does number 5 say? 5. Okay. I said, do you know if Daniel did drugs or Malehya or no? Since that's a big part of the narrative. Seems odd that he acts like he's searching for these kids, I said, like a hero. And just because, it's kind of like, well, I've been doing this and this type of thing, and I'm the only one in my family, and I've, yelled so loud my throat hurts, jumped in water up to my waist, type of stuff like that. But so is it authentic or is it not? Simple as that, really. So she said, I'm not sure. Malehya used to be on prescription for anxiety when she first met my son, and then she went off them. Daniel said neither of them drink or do drugs, but that's only what's being told. Does it make it true? No, we don't know. And yes, he does state that he is the only one standing for the kids. Okay, so that was the one answering that. Oops, keep hitting the wrong one. Number 6, image file. And appreciate you guys in chat. Even if I can't really pay attention to that, I gotta focus. Okay. When the kids were last seen. Okay, I'm asking her if she had any knowledge, and she said Malehya said, which goes back to the post that Belinda put up. Malehya said Thursday night, Daniel said Friday morning he saw Lily a couple of times when she poked her head into the bedroom. No, and then at that point it was like all she knew about herself was the last time the kids were seen was that the bus driver dropped the kids off, until we heard the update, of course, yesterday. That was number 6. Remove. Add to stage. Oh my god. Not add to stage. Remove from studio. Removed from studio. Image. Charmaine, as I say the numbers, please help me keep track of them. I think I just did number 6, right? Yeah.
You did. You
Yeah.
need number 7 comes next.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Daniel's cousin said the grandmother sometimes stayed in the trailer with Malehya and Daniel as well. Okay, so I know we're going to come to a post about this. So, just so you guys know, and we're going to, we'll see the post come out. So, Belinda yesterday had global news come up. Aww.
Joyous and Super Chat, $25. You're awesome. Thank you. I'm really glad I found your channel.
Well, I appreciate the super chat there, Joyous, and I'm glad you found the channel too. Okay, again, just want to keep you guys up to date, informed, and of course give you the information. To be honest, so appreciate that, Joyous, for that super chat sticker. Okay, Charmaine, did you want to? You can be the cheerleader team. I'm trying to make you happier today. No, just kidding.
Oh, I am in the chat, and I'm keeping up with the chat.
Yeah, Charmaine. I'm just going to do this really quick, okay? Charmaine, she gifted 10 memberships. So again, thank you, Charmaine, for doing that. It gives people the access to not have slow mode on, and of course to Jack and Lily's and the other emoticons that I've made. Helen, new member. Helen's been around for quite a while herself. And oh, sorry, Helen, I didn't see this. Did I? No, I didn't. Thank you, Helen. See, I had missed someone the other day, so I had to thank him in the next live. I don't usually miss it when it's super sticker, and it's just really honestly because I don't usually get very many. But I happened to miss it, and after the end, it said whatever it was, $3 or something like that, and I was like, wait, somebody donated, and I didn't even notice that. So I didn't notice this one either. So I apologize, but now I do. Tina, thank you so much for yours as well. And of course, Joyous, thank you so much for your super chat as well. And again, at the end of the day, glad to have you guys all here and appreciate it. I appreciate it for the channel, obviously, but really for the awareness to the cases and spreading it out there. Okay, so that's number 7. Right. Oh, so what I was going to say was, so Belinda was talking to Global News yesterday, and Global News had told her a couple of things. One was that Justin doesn't actually live on the property, that Justin actually lives up the road from Malehya, well, Daniel's place now, I suppose. Okay. So just so you guys know that. So that was because of Global News telling her that they just finished talking. So Belinda also said, that basically they've spoken to Global News has spoken to her, her son, I believe she even said. And am I correct on that one, Belinda? Yeah, I mean, I'll come across the post anyway. And the family and Malehya's mom. Okay.
That's actually a really big one, Sunny, because that's a lot of the unhelpful speculation going on out there about talking. We need to figure out what the other 2 people on the property that were living on the property were doing that morning. And I don't disagree that it would be really helpful to hear from Janie. But now we know that Daniel's brother
doesn't live on the property.
Doesn't live there. He wasn't there. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was always confused about it myself. I was always unsure because I kept hearing it about both of them. Saw them on that, 4th wheeler type of thing. But I'm so glad too. So you guys, are you thankful for that information a little bit? Because now you know that, remember, you have to think about what Malehya said, right? That's the question on the poll, right? Let me just take a look at that poll. The comment from Malehya said that they were outside playing, but we did not know it at the time. All right. So if there's no cameras, you don't have no cameras, who else was on that property that you would have heard that from? That means it would have to potentially, the most likely person would be Janie, or it's just utter bullshit, and she did a Freudian slip. Totally. I mean, we can tell in this video, okay, of Malehya. I mean, come on. From start to finish, it makes your head, burst at the seams with all the red flags, to be honest with you. So now the thing is that we obviously know that the police, the RCMP would hear this. So if she's saying that basically in hindsight that they knew that they were playing outside, they went through this door, silent door, right? We're playing outside. There's nobody that would know that unless you had a camera, which I don't, or a family member, which the only person then on that property, unless somebody else was happened to be there, would be Janie. So that's why in my head, I'm thinking about this. I'm saying, okay, so the police, RCMP, right? They released the fact that in public that Jack and Lily were seen, okay, in public, because I'm just hypothetically speaking here. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, but if she's saying that they didn't know until after, that means that somebody had to tell her that the kids were playing in the back. Either that or it's complete bullshit. But again, the RCMP aren't dumbasses to what they're hearing as well. So to me, I'm thinking, okay, so is it the RCMP just saying to us, like, look, I mean, that's family member, but factually, other people in public saw Jack and Lily, because we all know family members can lie to each other. And is that why they put it out that way? Because obviously, if it was like, you would think that they would say that there was camera footage, if they had cameras, of Jack and Lily on May 2nd, or that the grandmother, step grandmother, because Daniel's mom, that the grandmother had saw the children. I would have thought then they would have given us that information about being last seen. But what they said was the public part, right? Because, and I'm not sure if they're doing that, Charmaine, because that way publicly somebody else besides family literally saw these children. Even though Daniel said he was at home all day or whatever. But anyways, but yeah, or is it true and they just didn't tell us that part, or is she just making it up and she literally slipped up really bad by saying that? What do you think on that part? Are you listening to me?
No.
Okay, that's okay.
I mean, I was totally
it's okay. You know what?
Chat, just answering questions and talking to people.
Yeah. Nope. No, don't worry about that. Okay.
Apologize.
We'll come back to it anyway. On the stage. It's okay, because I've done the same thing. I'm just zoned out and then I'm acting like I know what was said. And then I usually have to call myself out, honestly. I'm a bad liar. I suck at lying. Because I'm always so truthful that even as those stupid small lies that were like, yeah, I was paying attention, but lots of times I don't. Okay. Can you confirm this was Daphne's post? Then Belinda said to me, which post? So I sent her all the 5 screenshots. This post. Yes, that is Daphne, right? So again, deception detective, if you're going to make content, I would think that you would at least do your due diligence. And instead of going to Michelle After Dark, who only put up part of post or whatever, that you might have looked into it just a little bit deeper. But instead, you're basically saying that you don't buy it. You're asking her for the link, right? No recognition for this channel. I swear to God, sometimes, Charmaine, it's like it feels like sometimes that people just like waif over this channel. And you're just going, eh?
Yeah, hello. We're out here waving in the wind.
Hello. I got all the posts for you, and I don't even have to give you the link because I did my homework and know that Daphne was a relative already before Belinda confirmed it. I just wanted her to confirm it for you guys to say, yes, that is Daphne.
There's a couple of questions for Belinda. I don't know if that's a thing. Are we able to do that in chat? Because there were a couple of good questions, just Does Belinda know when those interviews will be released? That's something that I
No.
think you said.
Yeah, okay. So to answer, I can answer you that one. So I had asked Belinda when the interviews come out, because they've obviously gone to the different families, and she said that they were still compiling, because she didn't know, so she doesn't know exactly when either, because she was just basically told by Global News that they still needed to get some more information. So it's probably going to be, I wouldn't even doubt it if it's going to be a good half an hour segment or something like that of the different interviews together, with family, or who knows, they might chop it down to 5 minutes.
And
But
then also, does she happen to know which family members were seen on the CCTV with the kids on Thursday? Does she know if that was Daniel and Malehya, or was it just...
No, just quickly, did they ever they never showed us physically a video?
No, but we're thinking maybe Belinda would have heard that about like an outing they did on Thursday. Like, was she ever told about anything that the family might have done on Thursday?
Sure, because she won't give out names, guys, but
No.
but we can ask her if she knows about that, or if she only learned about it as well. So Belinda, can you hear me? Just type in Messenger if you can hear me right now. I just want to see if she's caught up, like if she's with us on the live right now. So Belinda, if you can hear me, just start typing in Messenger.
Sorry, John, I'm trying to go back and find out what, I'm being honest, once was my post. And I'm not, I don't not believe, I 100%, I'm on board, and I really hope she emails me. Is the mom actually going to take what, little mama? They said early on they were looking for video of a storefront where an online purchase was made. Maybe that was the CCTV. Well, I don't know that it was an online purchase that was made, was it? I think that it was just in their financial records that they knew that they went to a certain store. So they were trying to get CCTV that showed the front of that store so they could ascertain whether or not the kids were there with them, or with whoever it was that made that purchase. And I believe that was the day before the kids went missing. So that would be Thursday. I mean, honestly, it's speculation, but it's responsible and it's fair. It's a really good assumption. Might not be right. Well, Interact Purchase is what you do with your card, right?
Oh, yeah. So, so Belinda says she's not sure. So this is, you guys, this is not factual. She says she's not sure, but she thought it was Daniel's father about the sighting, but she's not sure. Okay, so don't take that as fact, because she's not sure. That's just what she thought. Okay. And it very well could be true. Okay, so that's number 7, right? Whoops, remove. My God. Oh, wait, no, we are on number 9 now. Okay, remove. Number 10. Okay, what's this one? Oh, that's a big one. Let's see here. Okay, Malehya was told her and the kids. Oh, I'm not exactly sure what there was a kind of like, I'm not really sure what that first sentence meant, because it says Malehya was told her and the kids would always be family. So I think that what that was like Belinda. Oh, are you guys, Charmaine? Am I still fine, you guys? Charmaine, you just squiggled it out. You're here? You're good?
Yeah, it says this has been caused by unstable internet. So I think there's a storm coming in, so just ignore me.
Storm? Okay. Thank you, guys. Perfect. Thank you guys for letting me know. Okay. So basically when her son and Malehya's relationship dissolved, Malehya had said to Belinda that her and the kids would always be family. Okay. Well, we obviously know that that changed. And that we've talked about the push, that basically it's like, it just happens at the end of the day, right? It does. I mean, even with my ex's family, the back in the, when I was first with my first guy from 15 to 26, they were a big part of my life. I called them mom and dad, but once a divorce happens, right, it slowly just kind of does this in a sense. And again, so that's why hence, so again, Belinda, basically hadn't seen the children in about 2 years. Basically, the things were really great. But anyways, it will come along as we do it. Okay. So, she's right. That was the impression we got as well. But when Lily, not sure what that one line means. But when Lily had her birthday in March, Malehya said she would bring the kids to see us soon. Obviously, that didn't happen. I believe Daniel might have sold car parts or collected metal for money. That is pretty common here. I haven't heard anything about Daniel's past life. And I think I was asking about criminal record or anything, or abuse, whatever. And then he said last few days. So I'm not even sure what I said. Has Malehya been searching? Oh, has Malehya been searching at all? Do you know? No, she has not. Police told her to stay put. She is fully cooperating with the police, and so is Daniel. Police did not tell her to stop talking to social media. I asked the police, and they said no. Right. So as far as Belinda knows, but don't get me wrong, it's not like she's not. It's not like she's dense and doesn't understand that her 2 grandbabies are missing, and someone's responsible for this. Is it the children? If anyone believes that the children went into a hide and seek spot and just were never found because they got trapped and they overlooked it, that's still maybe a possibility to some. But other than that, everything else becomes either stranger danger type of thing or family member, right? What other options really are there? So unless people still believe that the children were overlooked in the woods and simply did, wander off. Okay. So that was number 10. Remove. Number 10. Okay. 11. What's 11? Daniel said his mom kicked her family off. And I said, was that in the interview article? But even though I know that he has said that, but Belinda's saying he told. Okay, but we all know that was in an article as well, where he talked about that, right, Charmaine? That one? Like he took in an interview. He said, yeah. Okay. That was number 11. I hear my husband putting something in the oven. Good husband. Number 12. Oh, okay. This is about the polygraph. At the time, before the interview, the thing that came out yesterday, it says, I don't know. He told me he wanted one, but I thought someone said he already took one. And then I think I asked if Belinda or did the search. Yes, I'm not sure. For them to do the search, again, could be telling us we don't know. Right. So I said, yeah. So we basically don't know unless a family member, like literally had told us that Daniel had taken a polygraph, that type of thing. But so at that point, besides the interview yesterday, she didn't know either. He did tell me Malehya has a lawyer. That was the 11th or 12th. Okay, so that's where the correction is for this, is that once she realized that the last date of the search was the 18th, it was the 18th she meant to say there. So that when she was speaking to Daniel that time, that's when he said that Malehya has a lawyer. Now, is that because Daniel was served with paperwork? Do you think, Charmaine, perhaps? Do you think he talked to her? Do you think that a family member? Thanks, Helen. I want to thank you. Thank you, Helen. Thank you, Sun Cycle. You're awesome. You're awesome. No, you. Thank you so much. Charmaine, what do you think about that? Like, because I mean, she like obviously she even if they're playing like the game of it all, she's not supposed to. I guess probably like distance herself from him, and that's why she left with the for CPS. So, do you think that it's maybe unless Belinda, unless you like literally know, Belinda, did you like literally know if Daniel said he spoke to Malehya? That's how we knew. Let me just ask Belinda that. Do you know how Daniel knew about the lawyer, Belinda? I'll just I'll put that out. Maybe I'll just ask her. Do you know how Daniel knew about the lawyer? Okay. And then she said another interesting thing is that when we were there Saturday the 3rd, the chief of the whatever. Okay, I know I spelled that wrong, right? I know it's a hard one. Spickney, whatever. Okay, and I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Now I can. Yeah, we'll come around to that too, Unicorn. Okay, Charmaine. I think she must be glitching out a bit. You glitching out a bit? Yeah. Yeah, she's obviously having some internet issues here. So Malehya, okay. So he's saying that asked me and my family while we were parked on the side of the road where Malehya and the children lived. Okay, let me read that again. Okay. The chief of that, no, I spelled it wrong, community. You better now?
I think so. I'd like to answer Unicorn when you're done here.
Okay. Malehya, okay, so community asked me and my family while we were parked on the side of the road where Malehya and the children lived because they were a member of that tribe. But Daniel told me that Malehya tried 3 times to register them and she was refused. But now that they're missing and now they are a member, he was a little put out about that. So basically saying that Malehya tried 3 times to get them into that tribe, and now that they're missing, now all of a sudden they're part of it. So she's saying that Daniel was put off by that. Mm-hmm. Go ahead there, Charmaine.
So yeah,
go ahead.
I think it's pretty safe to assume. I mean, Belinda might know different, but to me, I think that Daniel found out about the lawyer through his conversations with CPS. And I believe that the lawyer thing, no matter what anybody is saying out there, is strictly about Meadow and custody and things like that you need for that kind of situation.
Yeah, for sure.
Unicorn, I don't. I thought for the longest time it was an accident, and they had to cover it up to keep Meadow and all this stuff. But now, because of Melinda sharing the information that she shared over the past number of days, and we know the kids were seen on Thursday, I'm starting to lean towards that they did, they did have kind of free reign because of, I don't even know how to say it in a kind way, but because of what Malehya was going through, and Daniel was kind of being the main parent in the house, and everybody was overwhelmed. I think the kids were able to go and do what they wanted when they wanted. I don't think this is the first time that they go off on an adventure or to play or whatever. Could be an accident. They could be out in the woods and overlooked. However, I don't believe that to be the case myself. I'm really starting to lean towards a possible abduction here. I really am.
Yeah, we'll get into. I was gonna say not to cut you off there, but we will get into that stuff after.
Yeah. Yeah.
Once we go through these posts and that. Now, was just simply another confirmation. And Daphne is what relationship to you? She says, my sister-in-law. She's married to your brother. I am married to her brother. Okay, thanks for clarifying. So again, just more clarification that Daphne is real. That Daphne is related to Jack and Lily, and she's not some far distant off relation. She's a great aunt to Jack and Lily. And so anyways, that was just more clarification for that. Okay, without giving away names. Well, we know Daphne. Okay, so Daphne and Belinda. Okay, so there's some clarification again. And that was number, I think that was 13, Charmaine. I think we're on 14. Yeah, I think we're on 14. Okay, going back to what you said, may I ask who told you that Michaela lawyered up? Now, she did answer me in Messenger just now. And, oh, sorry, I got to go back to hers there. And she said he didn't say, but he was very sure. And honestly, I'm sure this is going to have to do with the CPS and, the child, right, Charmaine? I think that's what it's about for sure, myself. But anyways, so I think I'm pretty sure. So either he got served some papers, perhaps, or definitely a family member. He would know. But who knows if it was through Malehya? I don't know. I don't think so. But that would just be speculating. So we'll just leave it at he knows that she lawyered up. Daniel said, okay, it's beautiful here too. You can say about the lawyer. She said, when I first saw the pic of him, my gut. Okay, so this is when I asked her if Daniel came across like with weirdness. Obviously, if he's talking and these children are missing. So if there's any weirdness there or what she felt, she said, when I first saw a pic of him, my gut said there was something off. Seeing him on TV, I feel like he's acting mostly. In person, I don't know now. Because obviously there's a difference, right? Because they cut and edit, and it could seem like to us that a person is a certain way, especially when they cut and edit, versus when you're literally speaking to them. Are you still getting that same vibe? Because now they're literally in front of you talking, and you feel their sincerity and stuff like that, right? I don't know now. To me, someone on that property has to know something about the kids. They just don't vanish. And that under construction thing, just ignore that part of that. Okay, so that was 14 removed on there. Just try and put it all into one live. So for anyone that's coming in, I'm simply going through the conversation from Belinda, which is a paternal grandmother of Jack and Lily. Her son is the father of Jack and Lily. And just going through basically the conversations in a more of a little bow for you guys, that it's in one live. And again, you can just go back to the thing and just remember that regardless, she's saying that Daniel is telling her this, but does it make it true? That we can't verify. Only Daniel, well, even Daniel can't, because we wouldn't believe him, because, anyway. So it's a catch-22 on him and Malehya and that stuff. But it's the best information that we can kind of put out to give more insight, right, to it all. So that was number 14, did I say? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that was 14. Okay, what does 15 say? Okay. I had asked her about, because she said she was there on the 3rd, okay? So I asked her if the outside was as bad as the inside. And she said, I did go inside on May 3rd. Sadly, the place is just as bad. That may be why the baby was going to be removed, right? Remember, living conditions and all that stuff. And again, we talked about this yesterday, about Belinda telling us that Daniel said about Malehya's worse than postpartum depression, which females, to all men out there, okay? You guys don't have a VJ. and stuff like you're not female, so you guys wouldn't know about this stuff because you guys think all our menopause is fake when we're moody and stuff. Okay, it's very true. Okay, you guys actually have your things too. Okay, you guys can be little bitches at the middle of the month too, regardless. Men just don't realize that they get that as well. But women, so we get monthlies, right? We get menopause, and there's a lot of people out there that get postpartum depression after having a baby. And this is real. It's not light. Don't take that very light because it's very real. Unless you're living in a woman's body and understand, which I don't understand postpartum. I don't understand depression. I don't understand postpartum depression because I didn't have it. But so I don't even know like what I'm supposed to feel like exactly. Obviously, depression in itself is bad. But then when usually postpartum can happen, you kind of like what we talked about yesterday, right? You just can like moms can disconnect from their kids because they're in this state. And it's not like they want to be in that state, but it's just something that can happen. And it's a lot of people can do bad things to their children when they're in that state. Meaning, doesn't mean Malehya did it. It just means there's lots of cases out there. If you don't think there is, there absolutely is. And one of them was just horrific last year. So she says that, and then she said she did it first, but now I don't know. Oh, did you collect welfare? I said. She said she did it first. Now I don't know. When she was with my son, you couldn't ask for a better mom. I thought that was her gift given to her and that was her calling was. After seeing where she lived, I was blown away. So put that into perspective just a little bit, obviously. Again, Belinda saw when she was with her son, this great mom, right? Great mom to her kids. You could see it in the pictures, actually. The ones that she posted from 2023 and earlier, and then a couple from 2024. I don't know why most of those are missing for that, because it can't be just because Daniel was in them, because obviously there would be tons of pictures like the one she's posted where he's not even in them, right? So anyways, I'm not sure what's up with that. That's just weird still to me. But anyways, so yeah, she's basically saying like her and my son's relationship, loving mother, obviously thought highly of her as a mom. And then she has Meadow with Daniel, and Belinda's already talked about this, that the relationship Malehya started backing off, right? Remember Belinda saying Malehya said that the kids, and you will always be family. But when she had met Daniel and everything like that, things started backing off, right? And same with the biological father. It was a little bit later than Belinda's time that he had last seen the children, but it was it was like I said, Malehya was backing off, bottom line. And then she has Meadow, and then again, we played that conversation yesterday, and we'll come back to it again. But obviously, something's happened, and she sees this home on the internet where where Malehya and Daniel and what they live in, and it's like, whoa, like what happened here? Because it's totally opposite. Everything seems totally opposite of when, she was with her son and this great mom type of thing. So sad. I mean, I just, the thing is, regardless, if Daniel said that Malehya had this, postpartum depression is like I said, it's not this thing that you just go, oh, let me just take a magic pill and fix it and stuff like that. Things can help, but I always really feel bad because I understand from a female point of view just how these things, like when monthly would come around, I'd be honestly, on my second day, I'd be like, look, I'm just telling you guys right now that if you poke me or if you, basically try to irritate me, I said, don't do that. I'm sensitive right now. And when I'm sensitive, I'll freaking bark your face off if you hurt my feelings or try to purposely provoke me. So I would just give a warning and say, just so you know, guys, because I'm not like that. But I'll tell you, I was like a devil on the second day. Pain, worst day, whatever. Then you get menopause. Now, I kind of breezed through menopause, to be honest with you. I got some hot flashes a bit, but I pretty much breezed through it. But a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't. And as for postpartum depression, that's just like amping it up, probably like times 10 to depression, to have postpartum depression. Maybe not 10, but you guys get what I'm saying? So
and if it's untreated, it doesn't just level itself out. It usually morphs into like,
Nancy.
what do they call it? Severe depression. And I mean, it can get worse, or it can get better, or it can ebb and flow, right? But untreated, I mean, everything that had happened or hadn't happened with Malehya just kind of made more sense to me after I heard about the postpartum. And I'm not excusing anything, but, and yeah, I mean, totally unicorn. I'm the same way. Like I forget what I'm saying as I'm saying it. And like, it's a nightmare. And I can imagine having postpartum with 2 little kids and a new baby, living in that trailer. No judgment, but you know what I'm saying? She went from a certain way of being a mom and a certain outlook and a certain probably lifestyle to feeling that way, and depression.
Yeah. We women know, we got each other. We know exactly. Okay. I don't ever want to hear a man whine ever about what you guys go through. It is, don't even compare yourself. And I'm sorry, and if this offends a man, I'm so sorry, but I always thought this was the funniest thing. There's a reason why men comes after women, right? Woman, right? Okay. We're the ones that freaking multitask, see a sock on the floor, pick it up on the way to the freaking fridge, throw it in the washing machine. Men, socks on the floor. I'll just walk on by, get what I need out of the fridge, and back again. Okay. Women are so much different than men. They're like freaking brain wired. Men are like, here's my box. Don't go out of it. I don't want to talk about yesterday. I'm just talking about right now, this moment. Women are like, no. I'm going to tell you about 5 years from now. I'm going to tell you about 10 years from now, as a matter of fact. I'm going to tell you how you hurt me, when you hurt me, and exactly what day it was on. Right? We're just wired so differently. But when it comes to men, whenever I hear a man complain that they got to shave, really? Well, come shave this. Come hold these, come have menopause. Come have, like I said, monthlies. Have all the stuff, give birth to a kid, right? A freaking watermelon out of the chute, and then whine to me. Just saying.
And that's exactly what I've been saying, Kent. I'm not excusing anything, but it does explain a lot of stuff. And for the individual going through it, you can't. It's definitely not an excuse for anything that's gone on here, for sure. But usually when you're in the throes of depression, or if you're having some kind of hormonal issue, you don't have a whole lot of control over your emotions or your actions to a certain point. Do you know what I'm saying? Like we're not. It's so hard to explain to a man. It really is. And it's not a slight on men whatsoever. Thankfully, you don't have to go through this.
Oh, yeah. Be thankful you're a man. Okay? Just be thankful. Yeah. Just be thankful. There's only a couple things that men have to actually truly worry about. But yeah. So men have no idea what we're even talking about. The only way that they'll even have an idea is if they freaking go watch a video on it to try to understand it. Because the thing is that bottom line is that, again, it's not like some of these mothers go out to intentionally. I'm not talking about Malehya here. We're just talking about cases. It's not like they want to. Literally, they're being a mother. Then all of a sudden they decide, to go off the deep end and decide to kill their kids, type of thing. No, it's a state of mind, and if it's not treated, especially, then, like I said, it's like a little devil sitting in your head talking to you, pretty much, because you're depressed. Your voice.
And that's not even postpartum depression. That's untreated going into postpartum psychosis, and that's the dangerous part for the woman herself and for anybody around her, especially her children, especially especially anything that depends on her and that's putting that pressure on her, imagined pressure, you know what I mean? Not totally imagined, but you know what I mean? Perceived pressure. That's very dangerous.
Yes, Carla. According to Daniel, yes. Yeah, and exactly. But the bottom line is that when you're looking at a case, either you pick and choose and be a cherry picker about what you want to hear, or you can look at all the facts of the case. Bottom line is, if Daniel is saying to Belinda that she has worse than postpartum, and not only that, but that he's the one that's picking up, basically, like, meaning taking care of the duties because Malehya is in such a depression. Does that matter to this case? Absolutely. Absolutely. Because you have to look at everything as the whole. What was going on? If there was family involvement, what was going on? What was the relationship like? What was Malehya's state of mind? What was Daniel's state of mind, in a sense? How were they living? Were they living in chaos? And again, if you're people that have issues, like, it's either you're lazy ass or you're having issues. I know too, when I'm into, like, do I want to freaking clean up the house and stuff? But when you have kids, you typically do what you have to do. But I cannot talk for anyone that's had postpartum depression, because I have no idea what that feels like. And if depression is a lower scale of it, then that really sucks. If somebody has postpartum depression and they're not being treated with pills and stuff for it to help them out. You guys, there's a really horrific case. I'm not going to get into it right now, but there's a horrific case out last year that a mom had that. And she literally took all her kids' lives, jumped out of the window, lived, paralyzed herself. Call it karma, whatever you want to call it. But it was from that. It was from the postpartum depression, or at least that's what her case is. And the husband is actually, it's not like the husband is denying that at all. He knows that she was not well, in a sense. But would you expect that he goes and picks up dinner on his way from work, and she purposely got him to, so that she knew how much time she had? And then during that time, she uses gym equipment downstairs in the basement and takes their kids' lives, and then goes and jumps outside the window. And she lived. She went to go take her own life.
After sending her husband out to get dinner. And I mean, the stories that are coming out in chat are just heartbreaking. And I mean, it's not just this person and that person. Every single woman goes through menopause eventually, and postpartum depression it's quite common. Getting into the psychosis part is a little less common, but it's very serious and very scary stuff. And that
15 or 16.
Check myself about what I was what I was thinking about Leah's interview. You know what I mean? Like, it's not excusing anything. Excusing anything.
It's not about excuses, right? We know that, right, Charmaine? It's not about excuses. It's about you have to look at everything. If you really want to make a wise, critical, you have to, the more facts you have, the more you can understand it and give you a more rational, perhaps, reason what could have happened to Jack and Lily. But it's not about giving her the out, in a sense, if she did do something. It's about understanding that, okay, like, to me, there's like no out at all here, regardless. It's kind of like you have to be accountable, for your actions, regardless. But it's just meaning that it's not about, again, taking her side or stuff like that. It's about understanding that that's part of the situation. Is that part of why Jack and Lily disappeared? We don't know. According to Belinda, Daniel told her 6 o'clock that morning that Malehya had made a phone call to the school to call them in, right? Were the children up then? I mean, I thought she was conked out sleeping, but did she wake up just to call the kids in? So could they have been abducted still? Just because she called in at 6 a.m. still doesn't make it that she still had any involvement.
No, it just means that she had absolutely no intention of getting up and getting the kids ready for school that day, period. That's all that means. That she knew those kids weren't going to school that day. She was not getting up.
Yeah. Go ahead and answer something else if you could, Charmaine, for me. I just want to take a drink.
Okay. One would think the baby would be the most demanding. Very true, and possibly why they were both laying in the bed. Possibly why Daniel was also tired enough that he fell back asleep for however long. Who knows? I wonder if the mom has previous abuse in her life. We have no information about that whatsoever. But I mean, I wonder too. And then we were talking more about Andrea Yates. Daniel said he could not share his polygraph, but he said what was in his favor. Yes, that's what he said. And I've got a train going by, but they said, okay, so basically when you take a polygraph test, there's like an NDA or like a release that you have to sign. And in that release, they could have had something in there that you're not allowed to talk about these results, or you can't give out these results. And he might have signed that. Like if that makes sense. That I don't know for a fact, but I know back when I was in criminal justice and we'd go over those waivers and stuff like that, I seem to remember something like that being in there. However, him saying, but it was in my favor, to me, that's kind of giving a hint to the result. And that, to me, could have been him just poo-pooing what he signed to get the word out to YouTube so that everybody would be saying that he said that he passed this test. Even though Sonny and I said, even when he first asked for it, if he takes it and he tells us he passed, are we going to believe him anyway? No. Turns out Sonny and I do believe him, but I mean, there's the majority of people out there that don't, right? So,
yeah.
I think that if they had made up a story, Little Mama, and here's where I am with that. If they had made up a story, I think that one of them would have messed up to the RCMP by now, or to the media, and the RCMP would have noticed by now. Number one. Number two, if Daniel took the polygraph test and didn't pass it, or it was not favorable to him, the result, the RCMP would see that and they'd be on him. That would be a big red flag to them. So, I mean, it all comes out in the wash if that's the case. So I don't think that that's something people need to keep, on other channels, keep going on about. And then, I mean, that to me, if there's a lot of people out there that think maybe Malehya's family took the kids, but if that's the case, that's an awful lot of people to keep a big secret for such a public case. I know that they're not. I know that they're not speaking, and that's their right to not speak to the media. But police are not obligated to share results with the suspect. Why on earth would they? He's lying. Again, if he's lying, Big North, then the RCMP are going to see him lie on national TV. Go on to him. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Right.
I think his test was inconclusive. Absolutely, positively, that is way possible. Way possible.
And this is okay. So it's not to say that people don't lie. I mean, freaking look at Christopher Watts, or just freaking lies right in front of your face the whole time. Absolutely. Now, Daniel would have to be one of the biggest dumbasses. Now, my thing is this. I want to say this about Daniel. So I've always leaned towards being 50-50, wanting to believe that he's more authentic for sure than Malehya and how she's acting. Maybe they're just representing themselves, but her especially, in a bad light. And I really think, right, for me, I mean, it could simply be that were negligent. They knew it, and they came up with somewhat of a story to kind of fabricate somewhat because of their negligence, and that Jack and Lily perhaps did get abducted because of their negligence, right? It could be perhaps just like Dylan Eller's grandma, minimizing the amount of time that she actually was doing something. And it could very well be that. But the thing I felt about with Daniel, and the thing is, usually most people are, to me, kind of like black or white for the most part. And then there's ones that you come across you're torn because you're thinking of certain things in your head and you're watching the actions and you're at points you're like, but those, like, he looks authentic, right? Because I look for that. Like, I'm looking for all those authentic moments that are happening, that when we would naturally do something. But then I'm also not seeing tears when he does this. But what I said to
You don't
Ken,
hear the crack in his voice, though?
pardon?
You don't
I
hear
do.
the cracking in his
Yeah.
voice? Like,
So that's the thing. It's the thing is that for me, it's not about, say, necessarily believing that Daniel did or didn't do anything, but there's nothing to show me at this point that Daniel's done anything wrong, because he's out there searching. He's the one that's doing everything. But there's, and again, he's more genuine. I actually, like I said, I'm always trying to lean towards him for being authentic to what he's doing. And he would have to be the biggest dumbass to stand there and lie and say that it was in his favor and look like a total idiot, right?
to the RCMP.
Yeah. And but to the RCMP, but he's also made these statements. For me personally, doesn't mean I'm 100% buying everything. I'm not, but I'm looking at it realistically. I'm trying to sort out Daniel, his emotions, what he's saying, what he's doing, all the different things, the tidbits that Belinda is giving us to actually give us some more info, to, even though there are things coming from Daniel, but Daniel has also made some weird statements for sure, but he's also made statements where things that usually a genuine person would say, like, well, you know what? The truth is going to come out. And so if you're telling, a very common thing is that you say, right? If you're telling the truth, then you got nothing to hide, right? That's something I always say too. Telling the truth, you got nothing to hide, and Daniel's the type of person that seems to speak off of his heart is how he talks. He has blatantly given us information about CPS not being able to see Meadow, stuff like that. He's actually over giving information on stuff, and that can look odd to somebody. But honestly, I mean, he's giving us some of these details that really he, could have just, or should have probably just even kept to himself. But what the thing is that people, if he doesn't say enough, people get upset. If he says too much, then all of a sudden he's accused of saying too much. It's one of those damn if you do, damn if you don't situations. But I'm just saying, from my perspective, I look at everything. Everything. Doesn't mean Daniel's innocent. Doesn't mean Malehya's innocent. Doesn't mean the mother's innocent that lives on the property or whatever. It just means that I take everything into account. And for me, there's nothing that's showing me, unlike Malehya, that he's doing all this odd, weird stuff. He's doing, for the most part, what he's supposed to. Is it an act to somebody? Perhaps. But I'm not, again, I'm just here to look at everything without sitting here thinking instantly that Daniel must have had something to do with it. But I do think about Malehya's interview versus Daniel's, because they're quite opposite in a lot of ways. Like, when I say the opposite, Malehya's was absolutely cringe from start to finish, regardless. Daniel's has these moments that it's like, dang, that's a genuine person upset. Like, these are emotions that you expect to come out. Like, you think about Barry Morphew. Okay, fake ass tears. The man couldn't freaking shed a tear properly or say that he was missing his wife if his life depended on it. And you look at a lot of these cases about how that person's reacting, and you're like, so when I look at Daniel, again, my gut keeps feeling like I just keep wanting to believe him, but I'm not there yet. But I definitely lean towards believing him, because there's a lot of things that are saying that he's doing all these things. His emotions are matching in many ways. What he's saying is matching. And yeah, so I'm trying to, it's almost like I'm in Daniel's corner, kind of rooting, it seems like, somewhat, but it's not really that. For me, I'm just taking everything, and body language, but it's more about the expressions and tears and when emotions are happening, because I'm a very emotional person myself. So I just look for that stuff, right? If it's genuine, does it seem real? Is he looking at the camera, for this? Maybe he is. Maybe he is, right? Maybe I'm absolutely totally wrong about him. I don't know. I'm just taking whether it's Malehya's menopause, whether it's whatever. I'm just taking it all in, all in. And then I'm taking all these tidbits that Belinda's giving us and adding it to the collection of information that we have. So, Charmaine, before I go back into this post, did you want to say anything else?
No, I mean, I've been listening this time, and I totally agree. And I've been trying my best to keep up with chat and answer people. And there's some like really differing opinions, and
Absolutely.
and I mean, I don't even know who to talk to first, because I've been trying to keep up with all of you.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, they can repeat a question, because for the most part, I really kind of just want to get through these posts and then go on to talking about it.
Yes, and I want some hot chocolate. So you do you, and I'll do me, and I'll be right back.
Okay. So I think so. Basically, Malehya takes her Facebook down, and that's why she says I think she took it down because so many people were being nasty. Well, definitely, regardless, the minute a child goes missing, okay, everybody comes out of the woodwork. People start messaging the Facebooks, and this is why a lot of people don't even bother to talk and they just hide, because they go on the attack right away. Someone like adults act like children. They start messaging saying, just tell us where the kids are, blah, 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 blah. And that's just nasty. That's just so wrong to do stuff like that. Honestly, I don't disrespect somebody's Facebook at all and ever attack. And well, I just don't do that. I might message them and say like, hey, so sorry about, what happened to the kids, which I did with Malehya when she brought it back up, type of idea. Hope the kids are found type of thing. But there's people out there that are just nasty. And then you wonder why they don't speak or they hide and stuff like that. It's kind of like a 2 + 2. So Daniel told me Malehya changed a lot after Meadow was born and really didn't pay attention to Lily or Jack anymore. Postpartum. I said about postpartum depression, and he said it was way worse and that he was the only one looking out for them. So if the place is all dirty, and this is just kind of matching, I think, in a lot of ways, to be honest with you. I mean, actually, if you guys didn't watch Aphrodite, okay, I mean, he said all this stuff and doesn't even know about the case, to be honest with you. Anyways, he's really good. And if you guys want to go watch Brian Koberger, Charmaine's just like, she went and watched it again, Aphrodite's Koberger case, and she's just like, wow, basically nailed it, right? I love that guy. He's sincere, and his intentions are so meant from his heart, but he's good at what he does as well. So anyways, this makes a difference into the situation when you're thinking about it, because at the end of the day, it absolutely makes sense that the relationship, I'm sure was very rocky. I feel like it was for sure. But if a person's going through this and he's saying that he was looking out for them, that's exactly what happens. You guys know, if somebody's in depression, basically they shut down, and and like I said, only because I've been there. So, and then my husband was doing everything. I remember that, like literally, when I was feeling depression a couple of years back, my husband, honestly, he was like, not only was he bringing in the income, he was literally cooking, doing the dishes. I literally was a failure of a wife at that point. I literally was just depressed. I didn't want to get up out of bed in the day. And the only thing that kind of kept me going a little bit was doing my lives to take my mind off of doing things. But I just felt like a failure, in a sense, with the channel going, why is it people don't want to hear the truth? Why is it they want to go to the drama? So that was pissing me off as well. But anyway, yeah, so I hate to even admit that, because I've never lived my life like that at all. So I was mad and angry at myself, but yet I couldn't help how depressed I was feeling, and let my husband basically do everything. And then he kind of made a comment one day, probably a couple times, to be honest. And I realized that it wasn't fair. It wasn't fair on him. And so now you would think I do more. Actually, no, we're pretty good at both doing the same now. But I literally was, you know, I mean, I feel bad because I obviously put that pressure on him. But so imagine if that's true, just imagine what Daniel's feeling then. Okay, guys, if I know what the impact it was having on my own husband, and Malehya is going through this, and this is what happens: disconnect from the children, postpartum depression after Meadow, and then way worse. And he was the one looking out for them, you know. And so it's stuff like this with his interviews and what he's doing, and he's saying, "Look, I'm the only one here, me and my family. Like Malehya's nowhere to be seen. But her family's nowhere to be seen." You know, so it's all the things combined I'm looking at. That's why there's nothing to tell me that he's being dishonest, to be honest with you. And she says, I have
if anything, to me, it could be just an absolute deep-seated guilt for not being awake with the kids. And this is why he's cleaning up the yard, you know, just like he was probably told to by CPS. He is out there every day searching for those kids. I think it's totally possible that he's trying to leave the door open for Malehya to come back when her kids are found. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility.
We talked about yesterday, right? And we'll get there. Okay, so, and then I asked, that's the impression. What did I say? I have no idea. What did I ask? What does Daniel work on? Do you know? What day does Daniel work on? Do you know? Because you guys know he said he worked 1 day a week. I have no idea, but I know him and his brother travel together. So when I hear the word travel use, I think of literally traveling. So I was thinking, oh, it's okay. So who's the cousin? May I ask? And I won't mention the cousin's name. If it's not out there, of course. And so at that point, regardless, she knew the last name, but it wasn't quite sure the first name. But not going to tell you that either, because it's just a matter of knowing that that's what that she said. I have no idea, but I know him and his brother travel together. And cousin, that impression. And then she said that's the impression I got from the cousin. Okay. So when Malehya left, she took the car, because I asked, you know, did she have a vehicle basically? Did she even have a license? I didn't know. And she said, yes, it was underneath of her name. Okay. So remove image file. Maybe we'll try to go through these a little bit faster. What number am I on? 18. And then whatever the conversation was exactly, and she said only that the dog barks at when she was there, right, about the dog. So she said only that the dog barks at everything. Up bills to pay. Thank you, butterflies. Postmenopausal.
Thank you. Praying for the family. Daniel would have a lot on his shoulders.
Train. Going by there, train.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Butterflies are free to fly. I like that. When my mom passed away, I actually wrote her. I wrote a nice poem. Kind of using my creative. But anyways, I wrote a really cute, a really pretty butterfly phone. You know why I said that? Because my twin sister, her daughter ended up finding a butterfly phone, type of thing. But I wrote a butterfly poem for my mother. So butterflies are free to fly, and it was basically what exactly your name exudes. So praying for the family. Daniel would have a lot on his shoulders. Absolutely. Again, it's not about just taking one narrative and running with it. It's doing your due diligence, looking at all the facts, and just thinking, okay, did Daniel not know? Did Malehya do something to the children? You know, was there an abduction? Were they just negligent and they're just covering their asses? right? So to sit there and just take one thing and not dissect it all until you got, like, when you got the more information, so that's my point to people. Some people just ride off of one thing only. My mind's wide open the entire time, right? And then as more information comes in, it's just like I said, it just adds. So again, be grateful to Belinda for being even able to give us this information, right? Does it mean you're taking Daniel's word? No. But I mean, if Belinda's saying that Daniel told her this, right? I'm sure Belinda's not the one lying here. Definitely, right? She's just giving us information and to add to it. Because if something can take away from by chance about Daniel or Malehya, right? Not that it's going to fix stupid out there. It's not. But if this, for the smart people, they'll know, well, I got this information, so let me think about it, calculating in the brain, and then maybe this seems more logical instead of what we thought, which was an accident and drugs and a party, and that there was a cover-up. Well, we can take that one off the table now, pretty much, can't we? Right? And that's what I love. Okay, get rid of that. Now we got this. Okay, so I said, was she in the okay. So only the dog barks at everything, even if the car slows down out by the road. And that morning, the dog didn't wake his mother when it's barking, meaning Daniel's mother, right? So where's the dog? Dogs or dog. And then I asked about the fifth wheel, and she said basically yes, but sometimes apparently she, sleeps in with Daniel, like in their house or trailer there. And she said it barked the whole time we were there. So where was Doggy when the kids were outside? You know how dogs are. Belinda, what type of dog was it? Do you know? Okay. Okay, but I'm not sure about that. So Belinda just okay. So Belinda's saying that Daniel's mom owns the property, and she believes that she owns another piece next to it as well. And maybe she does, and maybe that's the one that Justin lives on. Who knows? But so that's what Belinda has said. Okay, in chat behind this on Messenger, Daniel's mom owns the property, which I knew. About say Daniel's mom. I mean, in the video it said that he was gifted the land by his father. I don't know where that information came from. Maybe that's true too. I don't know. But in a video someone said that it was gifted by his dead dad to Daniel, and that it was Daniel's property. But I don't know about that for sure. All I have heard is that it was Daniel's mom's property. So however that all went, I mean, at the end of the day, it's, Daniel's family's property. And then, so again, the doggies, right? Do you know, again, Belinda, what type of dog it was? Was it a little barky thing? Was it a big, Saint Bernard or freaking, Rottweiler? What kind of dog was that? Okay. Thank you so much again. Butterflies are free for that. And so she was just saying it's barked the whole time we're there. But the day I said, okay, I'm going to the left side, you can jump in. And then she says, but the day I was talking to Daniel, I never heard the dog. And that's the day that she's referring to, if I'm not mistaken. She's talking about the 18th on the last day of the search. Is that the day that but the day that I was there talking to Daniel, I never heard the dog. Or maybe, Belinda, what day was that? Can you reference that one again? Was that the 3rd, 5th, or 18th, about that day that you were there? I might have cut it off in the chat thing when I clipped it. So that's number, 2018. Okay, hold on. Remove from studio. So let me just see if she can answer. Not sure of the breed. It was locked in the 5th wheel, but okay. But it had loud, dark. It had a loud, dark. So I'm assuming it was large. Okay, a loud bark. She meant to say. So more, how bigger ones are, rah 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 rah, versus a rah 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 rah, that type of thing. Obviously, no. I don't know. No, Daniel's father's alive. Wait, Shemaine? Where did they even get that information from about Daniel's father dying and leaving him? Do they just make up shit? his father is Earl Martell.
Yeah, I don't know where Sharon heard that. I was just gonna type into chat. I keep forgetting my mic is on, but I was gonna type into chat that we're pretty sure that he's alive.
Yeah. It's because Sharon probably watched that dumbass video out there, and I'm sure, no offense, Dolly, I'm pretty sure that was Dolly's video. Yeah, I think it was Dolly's video. But
Nikki, it's
like, you know what? I'm sorry, but that video is just because he put a picture up of Daniel's mom that's not even Daniel's mom, and then called her Linda Martell, but put this this native lady's face up there that's totally not even Daniel's mom. Daniel has a picture of his mom on his Facebook page, and Daniel's so with Daniel and I think Justin there in that picture. So trust me, it ain't that picture. But no, his dad's alive. It's Earl Martell. Just go to his Facebook page and snoop around yourself. Daniel hasn't closed down his Facebook page. It's right up there. Go check it out. Go look at pictures. Go look at family members if you like. But his dad is Earl. Mm-hmm. Right, Belinda? Right, Belinda. That's not her side of the family. Yeah, and so Linda just confirmed that she's talking about the 18th, about the dog not barking, that she never heard the dog. I just wanted to confirm that.
I don't think that Daniel's dad lived at that trailer with the mom. Like, I don't think they're together.
No,
so
they're not together.
He wasn't there. He wasn't there that day. I don't even know that he lives in the same area, to be honest with you.
Right. Yeah, I mean, like I said, you guys can go snoop yourself. Yeah. I mean,
they don't acknowledge. They don't even acknowledge the information that we're putting out for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And when Dolly did bring up that we were talking to the grandmother, he got the information wrong. He said that we were talking to Malehya's mom and got our channel name wrong. And I mean, they're just not listening. That's just the long and short of it. They're just not listening. They don't care.
Well, that's just it. That is just it. I just want to say this. So what has absolutely shocked me is that, again, the paternal grandmother, right? The only channel that has a family member talking, right? And that's not for gloating purposes at all. Zero. Okay. This is about, it's amazing how they, all of a sudden, it's like it doesn't exist. Daphne's post existed because it's a drama kind of post, right? It's her calling out Malehya and Daniel in a sense, and basically saying you need to do this, right? So the people are stuck like glue because they love the drama post, but put out actual stuff that's coming from the paternal grandmother. And I'm not even kidding you. It's like you look around to see if somebody else is posting it, really, and you're like, they don't even give a shit. So do they really give a shit about the case, or is it about clicks and views? Because it's not like this channel's not making it into the algorithm. So it honestly, because like evil exists. Michelle After Dark. Well, she put up some of the posts. I haven't actually checked her out if she's used any, but I'm not seeing it, Charmaine. And you sit there scratching your head going, like, are we freaking blonde? Like, like, do we smell? Do we stink?
That's right. We're the redheaded stepchildren of YouTube. Yeah.
What'd you say?
We're the redheaded stepchildren of YouTube. We're just in the corner. Honestly. Don't pay any attention to us. We're just over here screaming and stomping our feet. But
right, I know. Just here you go. Just walk all over me. But it's ridiculous. It is absurd to me. It's so absurd, and they're too busy licking each other's asses out. To be honest with you, one just feeds off of the other to feed off of the other and stuff like that. And I just sit there and go, this is crazy. This is legit crazy. I don't get it. And I'm honestly flabbergasted
Well, if
Because
that's the reason you don't want to listen to the Canadian, I mean, it's a Canadian case. I mean, it's just
maybe
ignorance. It's
you
when
could
we
be
first
right,
came on,
Rena.
before we came on the live, we were backstage and I was
You could be right.
going off on
She was.
Sunny. I was so worked up today. It's just ridiculous. Good night, Carla. Good night,
Good night, Carla.
everybody that's going. I just thank you so much for finding the channel and being here.
And you know what? Rena could actually be right about that. That honestly, they're using the case for clicks and views because they know it's big. And trust me on this one. Okay. They literally do shit like that. Trust me. Okay. When there's a case that's really big, there's a shitload of them that are just doing it because it's a big case to cover. And you're probably right about that, Rena. Never even thought of it that way. I guess we're just dumbass Canadians over here, eh?
Eh?
Eh? Oh, yeah. Eh?
Eh?
Right. But honestly, I never really thought about it that way. But Rena, that makes sense in some way because it's so absurd to me because these people will show Facebook posts. They'll show every droplet of crap, right? Did anyone really show the stuff from this channel for the live that we did first with all the posts of Daphne? No, they were
Nobody.
too busy licking each other's asses on and going to that person's channel instead. I say it that way, but that's just because that's just the feistiness in me coming out right now. Because it is, but I think you're right. I think you're right.
Nikki, was it Nikki?
Nikki?
Somebody was saying that the reservation, or however you put it, and I'm sorry if it wasn't Nikki, but anyways, Indigenous communities do not work with CAS or CPS or whatever, and probably not. You're right. And just like if the kids were on the reservation, being hidden on the reservation, nobody is ever going to make me believe that a tribe, a chief is going to allow this national media frenzy about 2 missing children and not tell the RCMP what's going on. That life doesn't work like that. The reservation is not going to hide children for no reason. And there would be no reason not to tell the RCMP with all the money and time and resources that they're putting into this. It's just, I would put my life on the line over it. It didn't happen. That's not what's going on here. The reservation is not hiding these children for the family. It didn't happen. I mean, I will say that. I'll guarantee you that. It didn't happen.
Are you going to swear your life that I can cover? So are you going to swear your life on it?
Yes, I have life insurance, but however, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. It wouldn't happen.
Well,
they would tell the RCMP and the investigation would be over. Come on.
2 things then. Make sure I'm the subsidiary or whatever on your life insurance. And 2, can I cover your story?
Absolutely. I hope you do.
Okay. Got that, guys? Yeah. Okay. Wait, go ahead, Charmaine. Keep talking for a minute.
Oh, what am I going to talk about now?
So basically,
they do have their own CPS. They do, but they're not going to. Even if they didn't want to, and I don't think it was you, Nikki. I cannot remember who said it earlier. But anyways, I didn't.
Nikki did it.
The reservation, the chief, the people of the reservation is not going to. This isn't the 1800s anymore, guys. This isn't where, people had to be hidden in reservations and those people were being horribly abused by the Canadian government and the system. This isn't that. This is 2 little kids who are missing. And if they were being hidden on a reservation, at least the RCMP would be told. Daniel might not be told. Belinda certainly wouldn't be told.
Well, the RCMP
would be told, and the investigation would be over. It's just that simple.
Yeah.
And I mean, I didn't see if you responded to that, Raven Sunstar. I know you are. You've said that before, and hopefully you agree with me. That's just not what's going on here. It's silly. She can definitely, but what I'm saying, little mama, is that tomorrow is 4 weeks. I know the 1 month isn't until Monday, but tomorrow is 4 weeks. So if these children are being hidden on a reservation, the RCMP would know about it by now.
Absolutely.
There's
I don't see
status on the reservation.
Right.
I heard now today that the kids do, apparently.
Kids do what?
But have status on the reservation.
Well, apparently, but like I said, she was denied 3 times, apparently, according to Daniel, to Belinda.
And I mean, that's neither here nor there, really, honestly. I think the only reason would be, like in Canada, the only reason that they would be denied or whatever if the kids aren't full blood and they couldn't what do you call it? They couldn't prove, I guess, heritage.
Right. Oh yes, proof
part of that reservation. But I mean the tax, they don't have to pay certain taxes, and they have benefits for living on the reservation and stuff like that. Would be a benefit to doing that. But if you're denied 3 times, then obviously she couldn't prove I can't even brain fog, guys. Menopause.
Menopause. Oh, okay. I'm there. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. I'm gonna go back to this one now, guys. Good conversation though. I think the South, she said, so this is about the Malehya's phone. I asked if they had a landline, and she said, Belinda said, I think cell only. She once told me she couldn't call because of poor signal. So okay. So that was that one.
And FYI, to go along with that,
got 8 more. Go ahead.
You have a cell phone shoved in your drawer with no SIM card in it, and you can still call 911. Just so you know, it'll find whatever signal it needs to get through to 911. Just so you know.
Okay. FYI, does this one already have up? Oh yeah, I'm stupid. Okay, that was 20. Got to remove that one again. Remove. All right. So we need 21. I got 28, and I've already showed the 28th one already. Image file. We're getting there. Yeah,
I agree, Psycho. I really do. I really do. I think he's very protective over Malehya, even now.
21. I'm on 21. Oh,
okay. Yes, Jan. Yes. You said you're from Canada too earlier, and I meant to ask you whereabouts are you, or BC? Sorry, you said BC.
Yeah. If you guys want to list where you're from in the chat, go right ahead. Again, me and Charmaine, we're out of British Columbia here. We've both lived in Alberta a long time, but Charmaine's on this side of the fence, and I'm back home. Charmaine, where were you born?
Calgary.
You were born in Calgary?
Born and raised in Calgary, yeah.
I think it was Valerie. I think Valerie said we sound like Albertans. That's what she said. But I said to Valerie,
technically I am Alberta.
Well, you are. And I lived there half my life. I didn't realize Albertans had a thing, because to me, until you get to the east coast of Canada, and the French and the Nova Scotians and all that, that's where you start hearing the accents. But to me, BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba. Oh, she's having issues there for a second. Like, to me, just regular English. But like I said, my ex-husband was a Newfoundlander. Where you going, buddy? What you doing, buddy? Yeah. Stuff like that. But anyways, but when you start going East Coast, that's where the accents start picking up. And then you move over where my husband's from, across the pond from Newfoundland, and then you get the British accent, and then there's the Aussie accent, which I love the Aussie accent. So I'm from Texas. Okay, I'll do that quickly. Take a little breather here for a second. Let me go back to this. Oh, you guys are all saying shit as I'm talking. Ohio, USA. Welcome, Tina. Thank you for that super chat earlier. Little Mama, Canada, Welland. Don't know where that is, actually. Where the frick is Welland? Any idea, Charmaine? Ontario? You guys hog all the lottery tickets, by the way. Nova Scotia here. Nice. It's nice.
Northern or southern Alberta, Linda? I was born and raised in Calgary, but lived a lot of my adult life. I raised my kids in northern Alberta, actually, and I still work there.
Yeah.
Foothills in Calgary a lot, yes. The hospital, yeah.
Hey.
You're okay, Raven Sunstar?
Are you interrupting my? I'm going down my list here of where people are from.
Well, I apologize. I'm reading the actual comments.
Yeah, I'm trying to catch up. North Carolina. Lily says North Ontario, Canada. Sunny, could you go to Google Earth and show us the property again, please? Yeah. Well, I can't. I will after the post. Okay, I can do that. But would you rather just see the picture of it closer up, or Google Earth? Nikki, Ontario, Abbotsford, BC. Yeah, my mom. That's where she passed away. Abbotsford, know it well, of course. I'm in Alberta here, says Kim Ray. Raven, I don't want to educate. Wait, and I won't educate people on my Six Nations culture. I know Nova Scotia's First Nations, Micmac nation out there. Yeah, seen that part when I was Googling stuff. Missouri, Susie Little. Well, Kent's Nova Scotia. Edmonton, Alberta for Shelley. I want to say crotchet. There's a
crochet. It's crochet.
Oh, frick's sakes, I haven't seen that word in a while. Crochet. I'm from Knitting, British Columbia, and we got Crochet, Texas here, Ontario, Canada. Oh, my husband's 1 second. Okay, 1 second. Go over for a sec, Charmaine.
Oh, I thought I wasn't allowed to. Am I interrupting? No. Where were you?
Actually, hold on. Okay, hold on. Actually, hold on. Yeah, I'm back for a second. Gonna go through this. Sunny, could you please message? I'm not sure what that. I'm not sure. Could you please message? Wait. Hold on. Alberta, Canada. Okay, we got for Linda. Then we got Rhonda from Victoria, BC. Bev is me, is Ontario. A lot of Ontario people here. Nebraska, USA. Southwest, or I guess Ontario. From Scotland over here. Welland. Oh, is near Niagara Falls. Okay. I haven't been over that side. Besides Newfoundland once. Ontario. See, this person has my real name and she knows how to spell it right. All right. So remember I said my name was Sonia. That's exactly how you spell it, just like that. But my nickname is Sunny, and that's what I go by in real. Ontario for Joe Hunter, and then Florida. But my family is from Ottawa, Northern Alberta. Linda had said, obviously. Sherman, I'm catching up. Third time Ontario. Cape Breton over here for Arena. Sunshine on a rainy day, Australia. And Leslie, I'm gonna have to bypass you for a second. Lily popped her head out of the door. Wait, I'll read that quickly. I believe someone known to the kids entered the trailer and took them Friday. Lily popped her head in and out of the door to notify mom and dad. They ignored. Oh, never thought of it that way, to be honest with you. Pictou, Glasgow. We got a new Glasgow over there in Nova Scotia. UK, Kentucky for Garnetta, and what do we got here? DD, Canada.
Saskatchewan, DD, Canada.
Canada. Canuck. Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Jelly Roll had fun with that. Saskatoon, Saskatchewan.
How do they say it in the movie?
Yeah.
Saskatoon.
Sydney. Okay, I live in Little Hicktown. Let's see here. I'm a descendant of Papa's Chase. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, am I good? Is there more? What else? Oh wait, Sun Cycle says Perth, Australia.
Wow.
Oh wow, small world. New subby here from Ontario. So you guys just gotta stop winning the lotteries over there. Celia is Alberta.
Whereabouts in Alberta? Silly.
Yeah.
Silly.
Okay. Actually, Shameen, because my husband brought me dinner here, right? But I want to. This is number 21. Let me just you guys. We're just gonna quickly whip through these last ones here. When I say whip. Oh, hey, Shameen, what did I do? Oh, there we go. Oh, wait, what did I do with us? Get us back. So that's 21 image file. Because basically, after I whip through these, my husband brought me some chicken pot pie. Nice. And some broccoli and cheese. Perfect. So that's 21. And then Charmaine, yeah, then of course you can talk after that. Okay. So I think I cut a piece of this off because it was because she made a comment in there about something that I didn't want to show. And then she says, and they told me that Justin, Daniel's brother, did not live there. He lived up the road from there. Only Daniel's mom lived in the fifth wheel. And I said, okay, thank you very much for the updates and global news. And I asked her about her interview, if it was phone or if it was real time. She said real time. They came to my place and I agreed to give a statement. And I asked, and then she said, they told me they interviewed most of the family. Okay. So hold on. Get it off. What number was that? 22, I think. So we're on 23. Let's get to 23. Where's 23? Right here. Gotcha. Okay. 23. They also confirmed that Malehya's mom has her phone. Okay. Meaning global news. So they were talking to Malehya's mom too, right? Okay. So that's what that one is referencing. Remove. And add to stage, image file, and that was 23, so 24. Yes, that's what I heard. Global said Daniel is trying to turn his life around because he wants Malehya back, whatever that means. And they were having money issues. Okay. So think that, obviously you got to clean up the freaking junkyard, right? Inside and out, if you want to have a place for the kids and stuff like that. So who knows exactly whatever that means. Exactly. Maybe it's just temporary thing until they get their place all sorted out. And, I don't know. I can't speak for exactly what's going on with the kids and, their lifestyle of living and if they're going to school properly or not and stuff like that. Would just be, I could tell you on the outside their house is a dump, and Belinda could tell you on the inside their house is a dump, so, and if all this postpartum depression is going on too, that just kind of goes with it all, or they could just simply be that way anyway, or maybe Malehya just has a hard time, like you said, if she's not really taking care of Jack and Lily according to Daniel, maybe just going through shit, simple as that. Okay. Okay, share screen. Whoops, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Present image file. That was number 24, right, Charmaine? So this is 25. Okay, so not that I know of. I need to clarify the day I spoke to Daniel, it was the 18th. Okay, this is Belinda clarifying, not the 11th or the 12th. Okay, so the last day was the last day of the search. I wanted to see where they were rechecking. My days seem to be blend together, but the news reporter said the dates in the last search. So it was the 18th. They spoke to him, his mom, and his brother, his dad. They spoke to him, his mom, his dad, and his brother. See, look at that. See that? Right there, you guys clarified. Sharon Parker. They spoke to him, his mom, and his dad. Hallelujah. He's revived from the grave. He's not dead, which we knew. And brother. They spoke to Malehya's mom. Now, Belinda, can you just clarify with me? They spoke to your son as well? Oh no, because this was an interview. I was thinking about the RCMP when I was thinking that. So no, she didn't say that. Okay. She used Daniel's phone to contact the school. Okay, so referencing back to, sorry guys, referencing back to that, the 6 a.m. call, which actually we're going to be bringing up here in just a moment anyway. Remove. We're almost there. We're almost there. Image file. I think there's, that was the 25th. Oh, and then that's when she said, oh, by the way, Global News told me the brother Justin does not live there. He lives up. Isn't that great? That's so nice of Global News, right? That's like, a little information, on there. It was like, I asked Belinda if she still spoke to Daniel, and she said like not since the search. But I think that Belinda should message him and be like, just checking in how you're doing. Any updates on my grandbabies? Just a thought. And then
Leslie, real quick, did you get treated for postpartum? And did it go away? Because that's a really good word, zombie. That's kind of the impression that I got of Malehya in that interview, and it affects the affect and the very little emotion and the kind of robotic replaying of what happened. You know what I mean? So I'm curious if you were medicated, and if you weren't, did it subside on its own? What?
Oh, right when I spoke to you, I looked at the views, 5,500. Exactly, it was.
Now my dog just got home and he was in the lake, so he's panting in my face and he's soaking wet. So,
oh my God, the stink.
Oh, it's terrible.
So what did Leslie say here? I had a full hysterectomy when I was 40, instant menopause, all those crazy monthly emotions go away. I had postpartum with both kids. I was like a zombie. Never thought of harming my kids. Right. And some do, but then there's tons of cases where, some people's brains aren't as strong. Now, Charmaine, I would like to eat my dinner, but did you need to go do something?
No.
Okay, so go ahead, Charmaine. Jesus, take the wheel. Thank you, Charmaine.
Okay. Where were we? So, Sunny just read. Oh, you want me to read this?
No, you can read it again, though. It's been a while.
Yeah, because I missed it because my dog he's a menace. Daniel told me that day we talked that Malehya had left a message around 6 a.m. on May 2nd to the school switchboard to say they wouldn't be in school. I mean, interesting, but all this really truly tells me, like in my head, is that it explains why nobody was up with the kids, because they were staying home for another day. They didn't have any intention of getting up with the kids. And that also tells me that that's kind of the norm, no? That Jack still wearing his pull-up. And to be real, they say around 8 a.m. they heard the kids playing and then they fell back to sleep, whatever the story is. But 911 wasn't called until I think it was 9:40. So really, how long did they fall back to sleep for? And do we know it was 8 a.m.? Do you know what I mean? Like they were clearly not up out of bed yet because Jack still had his pull-up on. That's just my thoughts about it all. But again, the whole postpartum thing doesn't excuse it, Kent. That's not what I'm saying. But it explains certain things in a way that I wasn't able to even comprehend before. You know what I mean? It didn't even occur to me. All I could think was, what kind of BS story is this? Because there's no possible way that parents would allow that to be going on in the house. Unless we consider depression, postpartum, sick kids, overwhelmed. Maybe, I don't know, did Daniel work on the Tuesdays? Maybe. Did he work a night shift? Potentially. Is that why he was tired and he fell back to sleep? Maybe. Maybe Meadow was sick and that's why she was napping with her parents. You know, maybe. We don't know. What else do we have here? Angie, psych meds are so bad for that numbing effect. They are. And I'll tell you, my brother passed away. I'd never been on any kind of depression medication before. I had a lot going on, and then my brother passed away, and the doctor put me on them. I don't remember 2018. I really don't. And I took myself out of it. I realized that I wasn't grieving. I wasn't feeling anything. I was numb. And I quit cold turkey, and I've heard you shouldn't do that. But, you know, I did, and then I was able to run. But I know exactly what that means, where they just, it's not a different reality because you're still there, but nothing really matters. Nothing really affects you. You're barely there. What were the drugs they found? Do you all know? I heard, and I really shouldn't even say because nothing has been substantiated whatsoever, but I heard that there was some kind of hard drug found in the living room area. But again, nothing has been released by RCMP. Daniel said they didn't do drugs or drink alcohol.
Where'd you hear that?
I don't even remember.
Oh,
I never gave it. I never even mentioned it to you. That's how much thought I gave it.
yeah. If we can't verify it, it's just a rumor.
Yeah.
You know,
we had no cell service. Then she called from Daniel's phone at 6 a.m. I'm not sure if she called from Daniel's phone at 6 a.m., but it wasn't no cell service. It was spotty cell service. And from what Kent is saying, and he lives in the area, they live in kind of a gully. So cell service would be very spotty. And I think that argument is more made for getting pictures because
she did use his phone.
That dispatch. What?
Belinda I already said it. Belinda already told me, and I already said it on the live. Belinda said that she used Daniel's phone to call.
Okay. Sorry, I was probably either dealing with my dog or paying attention to chat. But anyways, I can't remember what I was going to say. But anyways, it's gone. It's completely gone. Menopause is fun. What was I going to say? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Kent was saying that they live in a gully, whatever, and cell service is spotty. And most of that not even conspiracy, but whatever the issue was about that was that the fact in the radio, the dispatch radio thing that we were listening to on Plunder, they said that this is like the only photographs that they could get, and we could tell the photograph was a picture of a picture. And that was based on the fact that she was trying to send other pictures, but they wouldn't go through because of the spotty cell service. So,
was that the dog?
No, that was the Ian. He thought I was on mute, I guess. He thought I was talking to a muted microphone.
Oh.
I heard they found a bong. Maybe. If you heard it from Dolly, it's a fib. Possibly. I honestly, I watched Dolly for the first time ever last week. And I posted a couple of things in I didn't catch him live, so I posted it in the comment section, and he replied to me, and I watched him again and realized that it didn't matter what I was saying or what he was saying to me back, and that he just wasn't going to correct himself. So I basically watch now to see if he's going to bring up any factual information. But so it may have been, or it may not have been, and it may or may not have been Clutch Them Pearls. But other than that, I don't recall watching other content creators, even though I've wanted to. I've really been kind of stuck on is Pascal during the day. He's covering the Diddy trial, and it's not a funny subject matter by any means, but man, he's a funny guy. So I take my
I
I
love
take
Pascal.
myself and I put it in a little funny spot for the mornings when I'm doing my work and stuff, and then I get on this case and try to do some digging and stuff. But and also Koberger. I'm pretty into Koberger.
Can you correct Miss Persevere?
Absolutely. Yes, it is. It's completely legal here. 100%. You can grow your own. You can buy your own. They got stores. They got shops. You can. The only thing that's not legal is selling it on the street. You can buy mushrooms here. In BC, I don't know for sure because I'm a new BCer, but there's like decriminalized fentanyl and other opiates, and it's totally legal here. Totally legal here. Trust me. What I do for work, pain in my ass. It's totally legal here.
Yeah, she got it wrong. Oh, and yeah, Clutch Some Pearls. He's a really good guy. You know, I mean, he is like he does have a really good heart about everything. I like people.
It's just
like
put me off a little bit today.
Did he put you off a little bit? What did he say today?
He didn't say anything other than when he was playing Deception Detective and whatever Deception Detective's name is, he said when he was playing that part that pissed me off so badly, he said, that's actually a really good point. And like my brain fell out of my ears. I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
That's
like
a
I
really
literally,
good point. Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's the point where my heart started beating in my neck. I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
You know, I sent it to Belinda, and she wasn't so fond of it at all either.
It's just okay, fine. If that guy wants to say that stuff, but then I mean, I had a newfound respect for Clutch Them Pearls just because the way he does his thing. He does like a investigation in front of his camera, and he's interacting with his chat. It's good, and respect, right? Enjoyed it. Considered becoming a member. And then when he said that today, like he kind of stopped and hesitated. But then when he agreed with him, I was like, this can't be happening. Am I out to lunch? Am I the one that's too sensitive? I've never been accused of being too sensitive. I mean, I was flabbergasted.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, like, I don't know where it is, though. Like, I sent it to her earlier. Why am I not seeing it?
I did see that Bullhorn Betty had something. I've never once watched her.
Bullhorn Betty?
Yeah, but she was in the algorithm, and she did come up on my feed, and I saw that she was talking about this case. I considered for like a split second to watch, but I guess I'm on Pascal and Diddy during the day. If you guys aren't doing that, and if you're bored first thing in the morning, it's funny the way he's covering it. It's funny. So
Pascal, yeah. Pascal, I like listening to. I mean, he what was he was acted on a show. I can't remember which one.
Yeah, I can't remember either, but I know, and he's a motivational speaker, but just the way he goes through, because of course Diddy's trial is federal and it's not televised, but they have people inside the courtroom who are live tweeting. So he goes through the transcript that way, and just the way he's doing it, because he's doing voices and he's doing, expressions and stuff, and it's just, it makes me snort laugh at times. It is really good. It's really, I'll be working away and then I'll just start laughing and have my earphones on, and people are looking at me like, what? I'm like, never mind, you don't want to know.
Yeah. Well, just know that Deception Detective isn't impressing Belinda. The thing is that this is her family, and then when he says crap like that, like these
it's
are
so disrespectful. It's so disrespectful to even compare this to the Madeline Soto case.
Right.
Even the possibility, like, that's so far outlandish. It doesn't. That is sensational.
Yeah.
And I thought for one half a second the other day when he posted, like, what case do you guys want me to cover? And I didn't vote because I don't give a shit. But I thought for sure, because I didn't see Lily and Jack on that list. And I thought for sure he was going to move on to something that, you know, he could maybe do a little bit better. But then today he said, overwhelmingly, you guys want me to keep covering this. So let me just throw this scenario at you. And I'm just like, what? Why?
Which was ridiculous. I mean, honestly, come on now. I know.
Maybe if the circumstances of the case were a little bit different, or if he had a better understanding of the RCMP, like when they came out and said that they don't believe the kids are alive in the woods, that shocked me. They don't do that. And they're certainly not going to come out and say, they're not going to play word games with people if they saw the kids deceased on CCTV. Yeah. We never would have heard that. We never would have heard that. And I don't even want to talk about it because I'm getting mad again.
Yeah. The other guy you had on last night was really good. Justin. Justin from Aphrodite.
Yes, he is. I went back and I watched his oh my God, you guys.
What?
I went back last night and I watched his reading on the Idaho 4 case. So that happened November 12th, I believe, 12th to 13th of 2022.
13th, yeah. Yeah.
He did a reading on November 28th before Kohberger was identified and arrested. I went back and I watched his reading. And even though like he doesn't know what he's talking about, and you guys, if you subbed to Aphrodite, go back and find that reading that he did. Is this the one from November? Because he did two. He did one after Kohberger was arrested, but the first one, bang on everything.
I just had it sitting there because you said you listened to it, and then I was like, oh, so this one here, Charmaine, let's see, 2 years ago. This is May 24th, so this would be probably the other one.
That's the one that was after, did Brian Kohberger murder Idaho 4?
Large portion of you said the Delphi murders.
Okay, hold on, where is he? Come on.
The next one down is so anyways, it was November 28th.
Yeah, we need people. I
did, Kent, and I was typing in Clutch Them Pearls, and I said hi to you, and there were a couple other people, and nobody was seeing me. Nobody was getting back to me. And I thought that because of everything that I was saying the night before, I got blocked or banned or you know what I mean? Like, I don't think you saw me.
Hello. Aphrodite here.
This one blew my mind when I watched it yesterday.
Yeah, I'll put the November 28th one, guys. But if anyone knows the Kohberger case, trust me. If Charmaine says wow, and I can't remember it because it's been so long, she just watched it again, and I was trying to watch it. But anyways, that's you guys, and go post on the video he did for Lily and Jack. Belinda, by the way, posted on it. I did too. I noticed that a lot of people didn't. You guys, we want Aphrodite.
There are a lot of people that posted on that video last night, Sonny. I went back and I did too.
So you guys go over there, subscribe to him, right? You tell him it's a crime and shame sent you over, and that we want another read for Jack and Lily. Okay? Because he's good. No offense to anybody else at all, please. But he is actually my favorite.
He's the best one out there.
Yeah.
Like there's not a single case that he's like
really
way off on left field. I haven't I haven't seen one yet.
Yeah.
But this Idaho 4 one, bang on. We had no information at this point. But knowing what we know now, looking back on what he was saying, and this poor kid had no idea what he was talking about, it blew my mind.
Yeah. I almost feel like playing it again, to be honest with you.
You saw me, Joe, but you didn't say hi. Just saying, had me thinking I was shadow banned or something from the channel.
Oh, you did see her?
That's good to know.
That's good to know, because you know what? Honestly, I would have simply blocked her if I was any of those channels, to be honest with you, Joe. I don't know how. I mean, hell, if she wasn't my friend, I'd probably block her too, to be honest with you.
I'm kind of a troll.
Charmaine, did you need to get going? I don't want to keep you if you do, because Ian's there, right?
Yeah, he just got home. He's eating his supper. Are you watching this?
The Coburger one?
Yeah.
Prob not, because most people in here are Canadian.
Yeah, well, I know we're here to talk about Jack and Lily anyways, but I'm just saying, go watch this later, guys. If you're into the Idaho 4 case, go watch this later. And he did one on Lily and Jack. He did it on the 27th, and we watched it yesterday. And he's, you know, he had some good, I think, relevant information, in my opinion.
Yeah. And you got a good opinion. It matters. It matters. And again, if you guys aren't a member, do you need, I say you're going to get going now?
I might as well, yeah.
Okay. What am I at? Oh my God. I'm only at 3 hours.
You don't work tomorrow, so you can stay all night.
Can. But I don't want, so Belinda, just know that you can leave anytime, okay? I always feel bad because Belinda, she's like 4 hours ahead, but I mean, she doesn't need to stay for the entire live just to answer questions. So I don't want her to feel like she has to be here, you know, unless she, of course, wants to be here. But there's a 4 hour difference, right, Kent? Like where you guys are in the Nova Scotia there. But anyway, Charmaine, love you. You get going. Thank you so much for your time. And just know that you're not blocked, I guess, because Joe seen you.
Okay, that's good. I feel better. I'm not mad anymore. Joe Neal and the Oilers, I don't know what that's all about, but it'll be the same as last year. Canadian teams, they will never, mark my words, everybody, write this down. If you're into NHL, write this down real quick. The Stanley Cup will never go to a Canadian team ever again. If you want to know why, it's all about the Canadian dollar. I don't care where McDavid plays, period. Okay. Good night.
Wow, what a thought on that. That's on the way out. All right, love you, girl. Okay, have a good one.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Okay. You know what? What I wanted to do. Hey, it's just me and you. Finally, we got rid of her. Took long enough, for Pete's sakes. All right. What I wanted to play again. God, I don't know. This lady's a crackerjack that I was watching a video of today. I don't know. Is this the one I wanted to watch? Yeah, I think it was this one. Present. Is this the one I wanted to watch? Ah, well, we'll watch it anyway. Here's a refresher. 2 minutes.
The road behind me was still swarming with search and rescue personnel as RCMP resumed their ground search for 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan, who first went missing 3 weeks ago in Lansdowne Station. Now, this has been a story that has dominated headlines across the country and beyond as people speculate and wonder about what could have happened to these 2 missing children. Now, just because the road is deserted doesn't mean RCMP are finished with their investigation. In fact, they just put out a statement Wednesday calling on the public for more footage.
Investigators are now asking anyone who has dash cam footage or video along Gairloch Road between noon on April 28th and noon on May 2nd to contact Northeast Nova RCMP Major Crime Unit.
They add RCMP are committed to exploring all possibilities in the case and have formally interviewed more than 50 people, with more interviews planned in the coming days. The children's stepfather, Daniel Martell, says he has been interviewed extensively since Lily and Jack were first reported missing.
You mentioned last time we chatted that you'd offered to do a polygraph test.
That is correct.
Has that already happened?
That has happened.
Right. And did you get results from that yet?
I do have results, and I don't know if I can share those results, but they were good in my favor, we'll say that.
Martell says he is glad the police have put out the additional call for footage and is again asking anyone with information to come forward. Despite not having had contact with the children's mother, Malehya, since May 3rd when she left the search area, He says an RCMP liaison has been assigned to keep them both informed as the investigation progresses.
Trust the RCMP word, and I mean, you don't have to trust my word, but I'm the only one doing media for Jack and Lily, trying to keep the story alive and get them found.
According to RCMP, any future searches will be determined based on the course of the investigation. They say they've covered a 5.5 kilometer search area and received 355 tips so far in the search for Lily and Jack Sullivan.
Yeah, no, but that's not true, Vanessa. I mean, that's really actually not true in a sense. Like, maybe they were taken. Don't want to take away from that part. But I mean, yeah, there was the boot prints in the backyard type of thing, like 2 of them. But that's where, I mean, that was in the backyard though. That wasn't near at the road. But anyways, because that's where they catch their bus. So it's not like they were saying that there was fresh tracks in the backyard of, Jack and Lily, because obviously if a kid's out there and they're playing, right, there's going to be some, like the grass would be pushed down. If those kids were out there, chances are there's going to be something more than just some tracks at the end of the driveway, perhaps. But I mean, that's where they went to catch their bus. So they kind of said they thought it was a lead, but but did the kids get abducted? It's still a possibility for sure, but it's not obvious that they were taken though. I mean, well, hold on. I would say you're 3/4 right on that one, because whether it was by family or the family did something and they were taken off the property and put somewhere, whether they were abducted that way. So yeah. Thanks, Garnetta. Appreciate that. Yeah. So you guys can hang with me again. The dog's stuck into the road and nowhere else. Well, yeah, but that's not really accurate information, though. Why would they spend all that time in the woods? The bottom line is that they go to the end of the drive to catch their bus. And the dog, so it's no different than Sebastian Rogers. Same idea. Sebastian Rogers, I mean, they couldn't get past the frickin' the land, right? The garage, the road or whatever. The dogs couldn't pick up any scent on there. But yeah, so I mean, if they were taken out on vehicle, but those prints, remember, they ended up being not as, what's the word? They thought it was a lead, but it didn't seem to turn out to one. But who knows truly what happened to them? It's just that I think you're making it sound, the reason why I'm saying is because you're making it sound like, duh, obviously they were taken because the dog tracks led them there. But that's not really accurate information. Yes, there was some boot prints in the backyard of 2 in the backyard, 10 feet away. But of course the dogs, if they're taken off the property, the dogs aren't, if they were, let me put it this way. If they were walking down the frickin' path, down the street, the dog would have picked them up. So it's either they were taken off the property in a vehicle, or right past that point. Yeah, I'm just not buying the whole abduction thing, to be honest. I know, but that one's that one's the least one for me, because it doesn't make sense. Because I can't really just see a car going, oh, look at that. 2 kids standing perfectly there as I drive by, and I'm the abductor. Get in the kids' car, or get in the kids, or get in the car, kids. I don't see that myself. You know what? We did a poll, didn't we? Let's go back over that. So the comment from Malehya, they were outside playing, but we did not know it at the time. No cameras, so it had to be family. So it had to be family that basically said about the kids, with her to make that statement. 62 said it was a complete fabrication. 62%. Wait, police said Thursday, 10%. And wait, didn't RCMP mention Friday then? So, like I said, going back to that topic, that was really about, okay, so why is the RCMP, if Malehya is making this comment of that they didn't know till after the fact, basically, that the kids were playing in the yard, the only person that could have said something is a family member. So if Justin doesn't live on the property, right, was he there? I doubt it. Maybe, but then that would mean that Janie would have had to say something. It's either that or it's just a complete lie. And so you don't, to me, it's kind of like in my head, I'm thinking, well, if there was last known voices from Janie, right, the mother of Daniel, I mean, like, I don't think, unless there's some weird ass cover up going up there, right, and somebody heard this, if it's true, then why wouldn't that be the last, whether it was hearing voices or sighting? Why wouldn't Friday be the last sighting? Well, it is from Daniel and Malehya, but beyond them, because we don't know what they did or if they did anything. But so they used the word public, the last public sighting, right? And so obviously they could corroborate that for Thursday. But I mean, like I said, so is it's odd because there's only basically, if for Malehya to make that comment, either it's complete bullshit, but the RCMP would know this because they would have seen her interview, the one and only one that she's done. So for her to say hindsight, so it doesn't mean that they're not like under suspicion and stuff like that. But again, they're just not going to tell us until maybe perhaps put handcuffs on, type of thing. I'm not buying the abduction though yet. I think that's just Charmaine does. Well, yeah, that's just it. No, we don't know. But it's kind of like we all probably have our orders. But all I can say about all this stuff, thanks to Belinda, bottom line is this was all information that you could add to the other information that is at least considered factual. Even if it's not factual, it's still from the family, right? And so at the end of the day, you just simply want to take the interviews, you want to take what Ellie said, and you want to take what family members are saying, and unless a neighbor comes forth and can corroborate or something like that, has receipts, other than that, that's what you want. Anything else is just hearsay and bullshit, to be honest with you. If there's no receipts to back it up, anything up, right, besides using it as hypothetically and stuff like that. But if someone's putting out content like what we're talking about, if you're putting out content as factual, and like for instance, I mean, again, not to try to diss Dolly on this one, but dude, who the frick is that picture that you just blasted a chick on, right? But it's not. Who? And the Cody Lee Sullivan, right? Wrong person. So this other person gets blasted, and then everyone thinks that that's the correct information, type of thing. Now, granted, that one seemed to have some substance to it until Belinda, which is her son, said that Cody Lee Sullivan, that's not her son. He doesn't have an arrest record, and he doesn't have social media and whatever. But there's a picture out there. I keep meaning to show her that picture, to be honest with you, to ask her just simply if it actually is him in the picture that I do have, or if it's just another bullshit picture out there. Anyways, I think they're saying we are close. You know what? I still have the good vibe of the RCMP, that they're working hard on this case and that answers are going to come. What did Rena say? Rena, what did you say? Okay. Anyways, so I think I'm just going to kind of like play Justin's read again. Why am I calling him Justin? Why am I calling Aphrodite Justin? I think I was thinking of Justin from Clutch Some Pearls. Duh. Okay. I'm going to play Aphrodite's read again from yesterday, because I think it, again, when you listen to what was put out there, and anyone that knows Aphrodite knows he's not some freaking con artist, freaking reader. You guys can tell sincerity, like true sincerity, when you do it. And if you know the case as it is, then you know what makes sense to what he's saying. And he's just a really good guy, does a really good job. I really, really like him myself. He's absolutely, I think, like I said, I don't want to take one of my favorites, but he's actually the top one. Sorry, Donna Serafina. Sorry, Psychic Sleuth. But sorry, Trish James on there. But I really, there's a few that I do really like. But I'm going to say that Aphrodite is my favorite out of all of them. Okay, so let me find that. Where? Okay, I gotta find him here, but I gotta go back to. Let's see. Well, I mean, obviously he just would have done it. So, video. So I'm gonna watch this one. Again, if you guys want to
Hello. Aphrodite here, your pop culture psychic, back to you again with another true crime reading. This time we are going to do the 2 missing Nova Scotia children. I just learned about this case from your comments and about like an hour ago, and I figured I need to maybe see if I can help. My intention here is to help. I've done a lot of true crime, and I think this is going to be the most difficult one I've done yet. So a little nervous, but we'll see what I get. So if you're unfamiliar with the case, Lily and Jack Sullivan were 6 and 4, and they're from Nova Scotia, and they went missing, I believe, May 2nd or 3rd. And it is now May 27th, and there are still no signs of them. The police said that they ruled out an abduction, but a lot of people don't trust that. And some people think that the parents are involved and that there's foul play. I feel like every time there's missing kids, everyone always just assumes it's the parents. So it's probably not super shocking to hear, but that is like, I think the #1 theory that people have. So I'm going to take a look at this. Again, I think it's going to be really difficult. Probably the hardest one. I looked up 2 articles, so I think I know enough. But yeah, my intention here is to help. I feel like you guys are right when you say, like, if you have this ability, you need to at least try to see if you can maybe get some information. And you're right. I'm going to do that. So remember, these readings are alleged for tapers only, and let's get started. Okay. So the kids, what happened? Anyone to blame?
Okay, just quickly, Joe. Why am I so dark? I feel like I'm so dark. Huh. Anyways, Joe. This is all I know, okay? I had to learn this in grade 6, just quickly. All I remember was Michelle. C'est toi qui vas au magazine aujourd'hui. Hey, hold on, let me try it again. Michelle, c'est toi qui vas au magazine aujourd'hui, me ou la liste. That's my French. You're welcome. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 zones, all that stuff. But other than that, there you go. You're welcome. To me, I saw the chocolate thing. I'm just saying, okay? I know I'm a rock star. Thank you. Welcome. All right. That's my French. Let's go back.
The fact that it's 3 pentacles is kind of crazy. Okay. So.
Okay. Fine. I get it. You know what? I'm not going to lie, guys. I need a bathroom break myself. Okay, everyone go take a shit, go take a pee, go get a drink, go do whatever. Number 2, I'm going to go give the toilet a drink myself there, Joe. So, but I'm female, but I'm going to give it a drink anyway, the woman style. And we're just going to go for a quick break, okay? And yeah, okay, be right back. All right, I'll play a little music while I'm gone. Mm-hmm. Charmaine, don't judge me. Charmaine. Okay, I was going to play a little bit of music while I'm gone. Let's see, let's play this one, I suppose. Oh, wait, I don't know if I can play that one, to be honest with you. Why do I have it in my thing, though? Can we play that one? Okay, I'll just play this one.
Flashing lights dance with fire in the night. I'm wired. Watch the time pass us by. Is this feeling lying? Could you pass the lighter? Yeah, I'm trying to keep my cool. Nicotine in my veins, flaming up desires. What am I supposed to do? Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo. Put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. vision, watching your every smile like your television. In your eyes I see myself, I'm falling. Make it make sense, it must be the temptation speaking. What am I supposed to do, cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo, put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution.
Okay, I did like that song. Did you guys not like that song? I like that song. It was a good party song. Yeah. Gave the toilet a drink and I'm good. Anybody else? Anybody else go to the bathroom during that intermission break? And you're welcome. Merci beaucoup. Merci. Très I mean, thank you. Anybody else want to learn French from Joe? Or me, since I'm a master at it, obviously? Okay, so we're going to go back to this now. Okay, guys. You guys good? I have 10 guinea pigs. That's a random thought right there. I got 2 cats. Kind of think that they're probably bigger than 10 guinea pigs, but trying to set a world record there. Just kidding. Okay. Anyways, get serious, Sonny. All right, I will. Right. Back to the read.
Why are there a bunch of money cards?
Oh.
Were the parents in poverty or struggling financially?
Oh, were the parents struggling
I didn't want to read too much, but now I'm like, did I not read enough? Was not expecting Pentacles. Okay. Well, the 10 of Pentacles is a lot of money. That's like having a lot of mouths to feed. It's like children being really expensive, right? I think they had 3, right? Because there's a baby. So I definitely feel like the family was overwhelmed with how expensive and how much was going on with the children. There's definitely a feeling of like overwhelmness. The 8 of Pentacles is about effort, and that's in the what happened. And then 6 of Pentacles is a lack of accountability. First of all, again, allegedly for neighbors only, I don't think that these kids were supervised very well. To be honest with you, it's giving latchkey kids. It's giving kind of like left to their own devices is what I'm seeing. When we look at the 8 of Pentacles, that's like a ton of effort. Again, it's like being exhausted. Like the energy I'm feeling is like exhausting. Like these children are a lot of work and I'm exhausted. There's this feeling of like burnt out. Like there's so much work. There's so much effort. There's so much going on. There's definitely a feeling of overwhelmness. It's like you have so much energy or you require so much effort. There's just this feeling of overwhelmness. That's what we're starting off as. There's another pentacle. 4 of Pentacles is like a greedy, selfish card. Like I want my me time. Were they? Does anybody know if they had special care needs or anything like that? There's like this feeling of like, think of it like an endless pit of like money and effort. Like there's this feeling of like frustration. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that anyone's a bad person, but if you're getting frustrated, again, it doesn't mean this doesn't necessarily point to anybody being the problem or the parents being a problem. I think anybody who deals with a lot of children or a lot of stuff and maybe doesn't have enough money, whatever, is going to feel stuff like this. But this definitely feels like it has
That's fine. I'm good. I was just testing you guys to make sure you could lip read. Or I call bullshit on myself, one of the two. I'm good now? Yeah. So what I was saying was, just like, because I love repeating myself, was that, so think about this read as he's saying it, and then put your mind to the case as well at the same time. Think about the property. Does it look like they're rich? Maybe in other ways, but not definitely in property wise. Okay. So think about that. Think about what Daniel told Belinda about the postpartum depression, and that Malehya had distanced herself from Jack and Lily, and that he was taking on basically the role of taking care of them. So think about, like a messy house. Think about the relationship when you're listening to this, and watch it in every way line up, right? So call it crazy or call them good. I'm good now. I'm good now. Charmaine, what is that? Here's the out of 4. Charmaine, you just want me to watch that. You guys, I was muted like you guys are behind. I'm not muted anymore. Rich with rugs. I think you guys are just fucking with me on the muted shit now because I don't know. Anyways, so just think about that stuff though, okay, guys? Right? For anyone that hasn't seen this from yesterday when we played this, think about, like I said, those tidbits, those breadcrumbs that Belinda has been are telling us. And yeah, I'm just saying. You're right. Fine. I'm banning you all. Block, 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 block. No, just kidding. Okay, hold on. I'll shut up now and let it play. Okay. Très bien.
Some sort of relevance to their disappearance. The 6 of Swords is reversed. So 8 of Cups is about running away. 6 of Swords to me is interesting. 6 of Swords tells me, first of all, I do not believe that these kids, this is their only time going somewhere. When we look at the 6 of Swords reverse, okay, and the 8 of Cups, that means that they have a habit of like disappearing for small periods of time. Think of it this way, right? Let's say that you're a parent and you're sleeping in and your kids are outside playing, whatever. They have a thing that they do all the time. Let's go to our hideout. Let's go here. Let's go there. There's
I'm pretty sure everybody else was hearing that, butterflies. But okay. Okay. Let's hit a little bit of rewind here. Okay, hold on. There we go. So
anyone to blame. The fact that it's 3 Pentacles is kind of crazy. Okay.
Who's giving?
So.
Hold on. I really hate it when people put words in my mouth. Raven, it's not about giving Daniel a pass. It's about looking at all the information. And when I'm watching Malehya's interview, like this is who's saying he's getting a pass. It's the fact if you look at everything still logically, and is there anything that says that Daniel is guilty at all? No. But I'm looking at everything he's doing. It's not about a pass. To me, it's just critical thinking. I'm looking at everything about it. Right? I'm looking at his sincerity. I'm looking at his emotions. I'm looking at what he's saying, what he's doing, everything. I'm listening to what Belinda is telling me that Daniel told her. Does that make it true? No. Like I said, I didn't fall off of a freaking turnip truck, man. Now I'm like 50 freaking almost 6 years old here. Okay? So it's a matter of looking at everything with an open lens. That's what it's doing. So it's not about a pass. It's looking at everything with an open lens for all aspects of Malehya, Daniel. Was the children abducted? Are they in the woods? So I'm looking at things that might be able to help understand what truly happened to Jack and Lily. do I, like, for me personally, so it's like, do I believe that they are in the woods and overlooked? Do I believe that there was an abduction? Do I believe that Daniel's lying or Malehya's lying, or both are lying? So it's just looking at everything with an open lens. But I can't sit here and bash Daniel, in a sense, on what I'm like. I'm not seeing this controlling, abusive person that has an ex-wife with kids. He's got kids in his hands on him. So I'm looking at everything. And that's how I base my judgment, in a sense, about what I think happened. I'm looking at everything just for the sole purpose of, do I feel like that Malehya's lying, that Daniel had no clue and that's why he's looking, or that they're just in self-preservation because of their negligence? That's all. All right. What do you mean, what's wrong with him cleaning the house? Well, if she's in a freaking depression mode, if she is, right, and he's doing all the work and she's sitting there being all freaking postpartum whatever, my husband had an issue with it. Men don't clean. My husband does. Oh, my husband does. Me and my husband, actually, there's never any even arguments. The only time, like I said, was when I was going through that depression a couple years back, and I just honestly wanted to be dead. Seriously, I just was like, I'm done with this earth. I'm done with this planet. I want to go to sleep for a long time, or go up in heaven and poke the bear at people down on earth or something like that. Because honestly, it's like, yeah, when you sit there in this negative mindset that life sucks, can't find a job, my family sucks, my kid barely talks to me, ever blames me wrongfully, by the way, for the divorce, as if I asked for it. No, but he's wrong. Anyway, that when you have all this shit going on, and then on top of that, you just feel like a piece of crapola. Yeah, my husband took on the brunt of everything. Cleaning, nothing wrong with the man cleaning. My husband does half of the work. We don't even argue about it. We both just clean together. There's sometimes I'll be like, hey, husband, get your ass in the bedroom and help do this load of laundry. You've already avoided 3 of them, but lots of times I just do the laundry myself because I know he's done other things in the house, right? Oh, let's see here. After a breakup, every man's abusive. Wait, what? No, don't say that. Don't say that. It's not true. A lot of men clean the housework and raise children. No, there's a difference, though, Raven. There's a difference. How old are you, Raven? Can I ask? Because there's a difference here, okay? I'm well seasoned. And so I'm not sure what your age is, but yes, a lot of men do that. But there's a difference between doing that because you want to, or doing that because you have to, because your other half ain't doing shit, because they're off being depressed and stuff like that. And that's where, what do you want? What's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? Come on, guys. That's where, what's the word? Come on, you guys. What's the word? When you start feeling, not rage, start resentment. Found it. Resentment. So there's a difference, right? And Joe, I can relate. Single father of 3 for 10 years, holding a career, a single expenses of a babysitter. I never thought I would get married again. You never say never, Joe, right? Never, right? And so then he's married to chaos there, and nothing wrong with that. So I absolutely believe that the roles. Sometimes I do a lot more. Sometimes my husband does a lot more. I absolutely agree with that. But there's a difference. Like I said, I basically was in the depression, put my husband in a state of feeling like everything was on him, right? That he was bringing in the money, because at this point my job had ended because, like I said, of the COVID thing and stuff like that. And then 2 years later, in optical, it matters. Okay. Sales were down, blah, 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 blah. But he was doing the dishes. He was cooking the dinners. Honestly, who wouldn't start getting a little bit pissy after a while? So that's what I feel possibly happened here in this case. If I go with that, line of thinking, and it's not that I'm sitting there going, oh, I'm stuck on this line of thinking. No. I'm still looking at it all. That's not my own guilt. Well, yeah, I mean, no, hold on. I'm not sure what you're meaning there, because no, my own guilt is when I'm feeling like a shithole. But if I have a husband basically getting upset because I'm pretty much doing nothing, then obviously it's not on me. It's like, in a sense, it's on me because I made him feel that way. And I know you can't control people's emotions. Okay. But I'm just saying, obviously, if somebody sits there and keeps calling you a bitch over and over in front of your face, and you're not going to probably whack them out at some point if they keep pushing the button and stuff like that. So if I keep sitting here, not doing housework, not cooking, whatever, is my heart. Am I such, does he love me that much that he's not going to get pissy at me a little bit? Maybe some husbands, but it's normal. Then he can leave. He's abusive. Maybe I'm just not keeping up with you on this one, Raven. Oh, I'm sick. Hey, let's go. Let's me shut up. And I'm just gonna play him. Doesn't mean I'm gonna not stop it at points there.
Why are there a bunch of money cards? Were the parents in poverty or struggling financially?
I mean, now you're just being a smartass.
I didn't want to read too much, but now I'm like, did I not read enough? Was not expecting Pentacles. Okay. Well, the Ten of Pentacles is a lot of money. That's like having a lot of mouths to feed. It's like children being really expensive, right? I think they had 3, right? Because there's a baby. So I definitely feel like the family was overwhelmed with how expensive and how much was going on with the children. There's definitely a feeling of like overwhelmness. The Eight of Pentacles is about effort, and that's in the what happened. And then Six of Pentacles is a lack of accountability. First of all, again, allegedly friendship only, I don't think that these kids were supervised very well. To be honest with you, it's giving latchkey kids. It's giving kind of like left to their own devices is what I'm seeing. When we look at the Eight of Pentacles, that's like a ton of effort. Again, it's like being exhausted. Like the energy I'm feeling is like exhausting. Like these children are a lot of work and I'm exhausted. There's this feeling of like burnt out. Like there's so much work. There's so much effort. There's so much going on. There's definitely a feeling of overwhelmness. It's like you have so much energy or you require so much effort. There's just this feeling of overwhelmness. That's what we're starting off as. That's another pentacle. Four of Pentacles is like a greedy, selfish card. Like I want my me time. Were they? Does anybody know if they had special care needs or anything like that? There's like this feeling of like, think of it like an endless pit of like money and effort. Like there's this feeling of like frustration. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that anyone's a bad person, but if you're getting frustrated, again, it doesn't mean this doesn't necessarily point to anybody being the problem or the parents being a problem. I think anybody who deals with a lot of children or a lot of stuff and maybe doesn't have enough money, whatever, is going to feel stuff like this. But this definitely feels like it has some sort of relevance to their disappearance. The Six of Swords is reversed. So Eight of Cups is about running away. Six of Swords to me is interesting. Six of Swords deals with a lot of children or a lot of stuff and maybe doesn't have enough money, whatever, is going to feel stuff like this. But this definitely feels like it has some sort of relevance to their disappearance. The Six of Swords is reversed. So Eight of Cups is about running away. Six of Swords to me is interesting. Six of Swords tells me, first of all, I do not believe that these kids, this is their only time going somewhere. When we look at the Six of Swords reverse, okay, and the Eight of Cups, that means that they have a habit of like disappearing for small periods of time. Think of it this way, right? Let's say that you're a parent and you're sleeping in and your kids are outside playing, whatever. They have a thing that they do all the time. Let's go to our hideout. Let's go here. Let's go there. There's definitely this feeling of these children have special places that they go. I feel like it might be a place that they go and hide, maybe from like stress or anxiety, or maybe just for fun. I can't really tell which one it is, but I definitely feel like it's like I'm seeing like a hidey hole, like lifting up something and jumping in it, or like a tree fort, or you know what I mean?
Okay, I gotta stop the live for a second. Backs. I do hate it when people judge others and say stuff like this, because that would mean that you were perfect and never judged anybody about anything ever, and that you're the most perfect person. Now, I'm saying this because it's pretty clear that it's a junkyard shithole on the outside. And Belinda was on the inside and said it's just as bad. So we can judge on what it looks like. You can judge what shithole children live in if the inside and the outside is a shithole. Does it mean that they're not loved? You know? No. Does it mean that they're bad parents? Well, I mean, it's their job to keep a decent home indoors and out. Well, the outdoors, we see that all the time. But in saying that, it's just I always have a thing when if someone's saying not to judge, well, we all judge on there, right? So, you know, in fair play, we all judge everyone. If you see a chick wearing some freaking ass, like big ass underwear that's sticking out of her thing, you're kind of going to judge just by looking at that. Everybody judge. We all do. But I think this is a clear case that we can judge absolutely the home for what it looks like. Absolutely. I mean, it's ridiculous actually to think that we couldn't. Does that mean that they were not loved, though? No. Maybe they're not doing what every parent should be doing. But think of Summer Wells' case. Case in point. That's all. Here's Rick Astley. Oh, Rick Astley. Are you at a different point? Are you watching? Becca, are you at a different point of the live? I think she's at the start. Oh, I'll just let her keep talking then. She's probably at the start of the thing. Anyway. Macaulay. Hi, Macaulay. Joe Neal, if you show me a bottle of wine. But, oh my God. Is that Spanish now? That almost sounds like Spanish and French together. Okay, shh. Sonny, shut the fuck up. Here we go.
I mean, like, there's this feeling of like, I'm hiding. I don't know if it's like a fearful hiding, or if it's a playful hiding, or if they utilize it for both. But I definitely feel like there's like a hidey hole. I know I sound crazy, and maybe I'm wrong, and I'm open to being wrong. You know, when I channel stuff, sometimes it's hard to get the exact day. Sometimes I get information before, sometimes I get information after. So I don't know how helpful it'll be, but I definitely see a hidey hole, and I can't get it out of my mind. And I know this has relevance somehow. And I feel like there are times they do disappear. I don't think the parents maybe are aware, or they didn't care, or they were busy. They thought they were just playing. There's definitely some feeling of like these two have a place they go all the time. The Six of Swords is interesting. A lot of people think that there was maybe some sort of abduction or anything like that. I'm not saying it's impossible. All I'm saying is Six of Swords would be like my travel card. So if there was some sort of abduction or something like that, it would have to be after their hidey hole experience, right? After they're running into their playful thing or whatever. That had to have happened after their escapade, because there's somewhere that they're consistently running to. I see them running somewhere. I don't know if it's running to safety or whatever, but I see them going somewhere and then coming back, and going somewhere and coming back, and going somewhere, coming back. And then I see this time maybe they didn't come back. Now, I'm not sure if someone is involved, although I would say the likeliness, I know that the police said that they don't think it's an abduction. I think that's probably a pretty, I mean, it's difficult to say with the Six of Swords. Like I said before, yes, it does lean towards them being correct. But like I said before, if there was an abduction, because I don't want to like point any fingers at anyone. I understand why the police feel that way, and I would be inclined to believe that as well. If there wasn't, I know a lot of you could be like, there was an abduction. If there was an abduction, okay, I'm not saying that you're 100% wrong because obviously we never know. But if there was an abduction, it has to happen after they're like running away somewhere, because I see them going somewhere. And I see them do this all the time. It's like if you're playing tag or going somewhere. Okay, there's the chariot. Chariot, tower reverse, avoiding catastrophe. Chariot, Queen of Pentacles. Chariot is a car. Lover's card, Devil, Four of Swords. Dude, this further reiterates what I said, which is like them running from something. It's like going into a place of safety. It reminds me of like when you're anxiety ridden, you have a fidget spinner. Like, I don't understand this. This is what I'm feeling. I'm feeling some sort of like running and hiding. Yes, I do think it's for playfulness, but I also think it's for fearfulness. There's this like, I can't get this out of my mind. Maybe I'm picking up something different. Am I wrong? I don't, that's all I see. The Lover's card, the Devil card, and the Four of Swords. I don't believe the relationship from the parents was healthy. It definitely feels toxic, or at least in a bad place. Devil card tells me there's a lot of resentment and negativity going on. Devil card also can sometimes be substance abuse. I'm not sure if that's a part of this case. Sometimes it's there. But I definitely think these kids were maybe not purposely neglected, but I do think that their parents were overwhelmed. So I don't know if I would necessarily say that they were really supervised. If they're claiming they were consistently supervised, I don't buy it. Sorry. Not saying it was on purpose. I'm just saying that I think they were overwhelmed, and I think these kids maybe were a little bit of a handful for them. And I do think they had a habit of doing things on their own. I definitely feel latchkey vibes. I just think these kids were doing whatever they wanted. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't buy the story that they were like, I think these kids were just doing whatever the hell they wanted. I genuinely think, I think that there was some structure, but I think there was a lack of follow through. So for instance, it's like, we need to do this, we need to do this, but they don't actually do it. So then the kids just wander off and do things. Like, I feel like these two kids were kind of just like, in my mind's eye, it's like watching two little adults. You know what movie I have in my mind? Like Harriet the Spy, or Now and Then. It's like these kids are just running off doing whatever. It's weird. I also think that there's
1 second. Sunshine, I think that's what's a and Bex, hugs, love you. I was just, I thought you meant something different there, perhaps. Because I was gonna say, like, you know, I try to be fair. Sunshine. He used to more so, but then he kind of got his little setup going on here and that. I at least know that he's doing it this way, like, meaning like versus someone kind of just, you know, having the cards and they're just kind of like popping them up real quick in the thing. But he used to show his deck a lot more, but then he kind of, you know, got creative with his little setup there. He's a good dude. He's a good dude.
Someone, the Lover's card tells me that there's someone. Oop, I pulled from the wrong deck. I'm like, oh, that's the wrong deck. They're both next to each other. Huh. Nine of Cups, not getting what I want. World upright, Three of Swords. Yeah, I don't know. That relationship does not seem good to me between the two of them. I think I definitely see a little bit of like threatening to leave someone, threatening to take someone's stuff. If you do this, I'll take this. If you do that, I'll take that. I don't know. I don't buy that relationship was healthy. No, I don't buy that at all. I think it was really intense, really emotional, toxic. And I think that if one person didn't get their way, there was chaos. And I think those children were just kind of like, whatever. it's almost like these children were in the way. And I don't know if it was necessarily done on purpose from the parents. I don't know if they purposely were like feeling that way, or if it was just like a byproduct of the chaotic environment they were in. Probably more so. I don't know if I would necessarily say I feel like it's that crazy, but there's this feeling. Yeah. And I do think that there's a bit of projection. King of Swords reversed, 10 of Cups, and 3 of Wands. I do feel like someone in the family knows something. Someone in the family knows something, or someone close to the family. Lover's card. Someone close to the family knows something. They've had an experience, or they've seen the kids do something previously, run somewhere, hide somewhere, or tell them something. Somebody in the family knows some sort of information that is valuable to this case. I can't get that out of my head either. 3 of Wands and 10 of Cups. It's like somebody who's around the family, somebody who's familiar. And the King of Swords also tells me that someone appears one way when they're another. What does that mean? King of Swords. Bit off more than you can chew. Judgment's reversed. So Judgment is embarrassment. Star reverse and 7 of Cups. I definitely think that the parents, I can tell you this, whatever happened to those kids, the parents are embarrassed about it. Now, that could be as simple as like neglect, right? And then they wandered off, or it could be something more nefarious. Again, it's going to be really difficult for me to tell. And I also want to be very sensitive and not throw accusations. I'm trying to be respectful and responsible. But what I will say is this. The 7 of Cups being reversed and the Star being reversed tells me that I don't believe that the parents knew their children as well as they should. Because I think that they were kind of left on their own devices and doing their own thing. And because I feel like they wandered a lot. I don't think this is the first time they've wandered somewhere. I don't. There is also someone that I feel like those children were attached to that weren't the parents. There's someone those children felt safer with or safe with that were not the parents. There's this feeling of like, I'm going with you, which is also somehow a part of this case. Damn it. I don't know if this is helpful at all. I'm getting such random pieces of information of the dynamic. I don't really know if I'm going to be able to get what happened specifically. It's because my ability, I'm an empath. So it's like I'm going through their emotions and the feelings involved. So I can get motivations, but the actual events are sometimes really difficult. Ace of Wands, High Priestess, and Hierophant. Damn it. See what I mean? There's a lack of follow through, the lack of structure, lack of boundaries, a lack of rules. Ace of Wands, High Priestess. Like, I know that they were saying that the kids were sick. If that's true, they wouldn't even know how they got sick because they weren't around them. Like, they were just like wandering. Like, I do not believe. Okay, I'm going to tell you exactly what I think is going on. This is what I feel. Okay, I feel like those kids wandered consistently, which is why the parents weren't super alarmed at first when they didn't exactly know their whereabouts. I genuinely believe, or at least one of the parents was not super concerned because.
I'll stop that part. Thank you. Okay, Tom. Tomahawk. Oh, I see a mosquito in my room. Better not come near me. Shoot, mosquito threw me off, Tom. What was I just gonna say there? Okay, hold on. I gotta play it back for a sec, just to jog my freaking memory now. 1 sec.
Exactly what I think is going on. This is what I feel. Okay, I feel like those kids wandered consistently, which is why the parents weren't super alarmed at first when they didn't.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say. Okay. I actually don't think at all it's the bus driver. I get why you're thinking that though. Trying to think on that though for a second. Bus driver still take kids to school on the bus. during a time frame. I don't know. I never even thought about no bus driver besides the fact that he saw the kids last. What I was gonna hold on. That's called a yawn. How do you say that in French there, Joe? Okay. Is that this would so everything that he is saying would make sense to what Belinda, I swear to God, if you come near me, mosquito, you're gonna die. You're gonna die if you do. And I don't like killing animals, but I'll kill a mosquito, okay? Is that remember the timeline is like 8 o'clock, and to Belinda, Malehya said 8:30, right? About that time frame, and in the audio from the police, it says 8. And then the way Daniel tells it is, and Malehya, it's like at 10 o'clock, basically like it's like they got up, looked around, and almost like, and then Daniel says like within 20 minutes, right? So I think kind of like that's where like this whole, if any, I'm just hypothetically. So I think that's where this whole kind of lie comes from about Daniel and Malehya, because it actually happened sooner. And then they're trying to like potentially cover up their own negligence. And hence why we know that there's this 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock time frame type of idea. So Malehya calls the school at 6 o'clock in the morning, right? Leaves a message on the phone, uses Daniel's phone. That's the information from Belinda that was given to her by Daniel. Okay. So I guess she uses Daniel's phone, calls, and she's perhaps still in bed when she does that. Perhaps not, but perhaps still in bed. But remember, she's like in and out of consciousness type of thing. But I think that that's where like definitely there's a big lie coming at, is that when Malehya is telling her story, she's telling it like it's a story, like a concocted story. Daniel doesn't talk like that. His is more at least fluid. But Malehya's is just straight up odd the way she speaks. And again, it's like a story. But I really do feel like that there's this lie between, because if Malehya if Malehya talked to Belinda, right? And on the post by Malehya's accounts at 8:30 is when the children were last seen. Okay. So 8:30, but you call it 10, right? So it's like, okay, well, what is it? Is it 8 or 10? And then when the audio says it, they say that the children like were last seen at 8 o'clock. So then Daniel's 20-minute time of, like basically waking up, and only 20 minutes had only gone by is untrue. So it would be inaccurate. So that to me is just, again, one of those things where they say a couple things. It doesn't align with the truth of 20 minutes, because children obviously couldn't get far in 20 minutes. But the whoever it is, the person that does the figuring out of how far they could have walked, 6.6 kilometers, is because they're basing it around 8 o'clock timeline, right? So to me, they're trying to cover their tracks for sure on that. And that's hence why perhaps why Malehya's story is, because it is a concocted story, because they basically have said two stories. So one of them's the lie, one of them's the truth. Or I guess maybe there could be something else in the middle there, but but we've heard it with our own ears. We've seen it by the post. And then we're hearing 9:40 on Belinda's post from Malehya about 9:40. And then we hear that the call came in at 10. Anyways, I think that that's where this lie is of cover up myself, and why this inconsistent time. And I mean, Plunder's talked about it. Like, she's like, where's this 8 o'clock coming from? Because they're saying that they called it 10. Daniel's saying within 20 minutes, like it could have been no longer than 20 minutes. And yet there's a huge difference between 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock, of course. But I feel like that's just a lie. And whether that's a lie because something was done, or like Aphrodite says, it's just to protect their asses, right? It's them coming up with a timeline, maybe possibly why Malehya sounds so robotic and emotionless and whatever, is because now she has to remember this lie about this timeline somewhat. You guys get what I'm saying? Anyway, I'll read your comments in a second. He's not going to be, well, there's a little bit more anyway, about 5 more minutes.
Exactly know their whereabouts. I genuinely believe, or at least one of the parents was not super concerned because, or one of the adults, I should say, was not super concerned because I do think that they had a habit of like just like doing their own thing or wandering or not being super like aware of their surroundings, or maybe the parents weren't super aware of their surroundings. I just don't believe this is the first time that they've ever wandered anywhere. I don't believe that. You're not going to get me to believe that. I don't care what happens at the end of this case. I don't care what evidence you show me. You can never get me to believe that. I don't care. I feel personally, in my opinion, allegedly French chambers only, I genuinely feel like these kids were doing their own thing all the time. I do not see a follow through with rules and structure. I kind of see them just like wandering, doing their own thing, whatever. I feel like, I don't know if raising themselves is exactly what I would say, but I will say that I feel like these are children that would probably have had to grow up quickly if they were older, meaning that I feel like there's just a lot going on in the house. There's a lot of stuff happening. Maybe they didn't have enough money or resources. And so, they had to fight to survive. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm not saying that's an evil thing. I'm just saying that's what I feel is going on. I also feel like there's this energy with that high priestess and the ace of wands. There's this energy of like, naivete in the children. It's almost like they're looking for, they were trusting is the word I would say, or curious is another word I would say, because like there's not enough structure at home. So looking elsewhere for that. Do you know if they were religious or they were part of any like religious groups, or maybe that's school related? I don't know. High priestess can sometimes be a community or an organization that they were part of that might have relevance towards their structure or lack thereof as well. I'm not exactly sure. 6 of Wands, reverse, strength, and hangman. I think I'm going to leave it here because I'm not sure if I'm going to get any more information. I mean, I'm willing to do another part to this if more evidence comes out, or if there's like a verdict in the case and they need, we have more questions or anything like that. But hangman, strength, and 6 of Wands, ego. Ego and pride are a big portion of this case. The ego and pride of the family unit, the ego and pride of everyone, I feel like is a big portion of this and a big component of this. Stubbornness, the hangman not wanting to let go. I think everyone is so afraid of seeming as like a bad person that I feel like we haven't been told the truth or 100% accuracy in the stories. I think everyone is so afraid of being seen as like a bad parent or being blamed solely or anything like that, which is why I try to be diplomatic and I'm trying to, explain reasonings, not accusations. No accusations here, just energy. And it's all jumbled. So maybe I'm getting the timeline wrong or things are off by days or whatever. So don't get mad at me. I'm trying my best. This is very difficult. Probably the most difficult reading I've ever done. But I like a challenge. And again, I can look back at this and kind of reassess and get better at my skills, even if I'm wrong. So, but here's what I'll say. Strength card and hangman. I just think that if they were more honest in the beginning, I think that this case would have been easier solved, because it just seems like everyone involved just doesn't want to be seen as like neglectful or bad. And I just feel like, I'm not saying people were purposely neglectful. I think circumstances have caused a significant amount of freedom for those children that perhaps they should not have had. So whether or not that plays a part in their actual disappearance, I don't know. But I do think that was going on previously. And I do think that these kids had a consistent problem of wandering off and doing their own thing. That's what I think. So.
that's pretty much his thing for that one, guys. So at the end of the day, I think, the gist of what I think, let's call it, we'll say Aphrodite, but there is that it's like that if they would have been honest with the timeline and not basically fudged it in a sense, to try, because of egos and not making themselves look bad and blah, 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 that if they would have been more honest with the timeline of it all, then answers probably would have been easier to find. But if they're working around a false timeline and spending the time in the woods and stuff like that and been more honest, that, yeah, perhaps it could have been a whole different ball of wax. That's basically what he's saying at the end. That it's almost like he's saying that I don't necessarily know that the parents did anything as much as cover their asses, and because they're lying about the timeline, it's obviously we know what happens there. Anyways, that's how I took it at the end there myself. I still think he did a great read. I do wish, I honestly, I wish it was longer. I wish wish it was a little bit more in depth than what it is. That's why I would love it if you would do another one. So go over to this video, spam it. It's crime and shame. Says she wants you to do a second one. Say that the grandmother wants you to do one. Which she does. Belinda put a post on there, and just to get his attention on that, and perhaps he will. Anyways, with that being said, you guys, I'm getting tired now. We're just at 4-hour live. I'll just look at this. My information. Hi, Calissa. They could have been taken while waiting alone on the road for a bus. Kids wouldn't know that. I know, but it's just about putting it all into perspective still, right? Meaning that, yes, they could have been standing at the end of the road, but then you have to think realistically in a rural area. Oh, someone asked me, actually. Hold on a second. Let me go back to this. Someone asked me to show this, and I totally forgot. Okay. So, obviously, this is where Jack and Lily live here. But, one second. Okay. Right? Now, if Justin lives up the road, maybe he lives on one of these pieces of properties or whatever. But, okay. So, it's not like that this is some busy road that cars are just constantly going by, in a sense. But there's obviously going to be some. We don't know. We'd have to see some footage maybe of how often vehicles go by. But anyways, so we know this is a very remote type of place where they live, let alone it's again. So we have to think about it logically, though. Do you think that the kids, right? And it's not that it's out of the question, of course, but what's the chances? And this just boils down to trying to put it in perspective. So what's the chances that these kids go through a sliding door that they know that they're not supervised? I call bullshit to that all day long. I think most of us do. I think those kids, and we've said it, we're going in and out of that house. Hence why she made the comment referencing past tense to say that about the sliding glass door and not being able to hear it. Well, the only way you wouldn't be able to hear it is if you knew that it didn't make a noise already to make that comment, right? So I absolutely believe that the kids were at free range to run around, play on their fort back over here, and then play around here. But my thing is this: never did think about the bus driver, and not to say it's not true, but I just never thought of it. But I have to think about that one. But so what's the chances that a vehicle, while two kids are standing there, that no other vehicle passes and sees these kids, say, here? Because obviously, if they would have left Jack or Lily this way, the dogs would have picked up a scent. The dogs simply would have picked up a scent, absolutely, if they went anywhere past here, right? So basically, The dogs couldn't go past here. Obviously, the kids go to the bus. But what's the chances still, logically, of a vehicle in this remote rural place that one vehicle drives by and happens to be a fucking predator? It's not a very likely scenario. It's not a very likely scenario at all. Because if these kids are standing over here, okay, and obviously at some point, like what I'm saying is that other cars would have driven by and would have said, you know what? I just drove by there. I saw the kids, right? Like I saw two kids near playing on the grass or something, perhaps. So what's the chances that one vehicle comes by and that vehicle happens to abduct them? Out of all the good people in the world, that rotten ass decides at that point that the kids broke every rule, played outside, went to there, and then a vehicle drives by, and it was the only one that abducts them. Even though, so if there was other vehicles that saw these kids, because we don't know how many vehicles went by, and we don't even really know exactly when they truly disappeared. Was it 8? Was it 10? 20 to 10? When was it exactly? But so that's the logic I have to think about. It is more likely it's somebody that the kids knew. If they can't find them in the woods and they feel like they've done their due diligence, it doesn't mean that they still couldn't have missed them. Simple as that. That the kids were playing hide and seek, went somewhere, gotten themselves into trouble because they were whatever. It's more likely that someone that knew the children, whether it was a bus driver, whether it's a family member that knew them, would know this or would take them off the property. It seems highly unlikely that one vehicle drives by and that bad apple around the world happens just to go, you know what? Yummy little candy right there. It's hard to even fathom that one vehicle that drives by snatches these kids up with no coats in the rain. I don't believe that at all, actually, myself, Joe. Like Belinda says, like, I don't think that these kids are dumbasses. I think that if they were getting ready for school, that they would have put on their jackets, because kids know to do that. The kids aren't just going to put on their puddle jumper boots and put on a knapsack and not put on their jackets. Kids just don't naturally do that. They would be sitting there grabbing their jacket down. And not only that, to think that you couldn't hear these kids with 3 people living on that property, that you couldn't hear them on that rickety rack freaking deck in the backyard, and you wouldn't hear any noise out of the kids at all. Either you're comatose and negligent and have no clue what the heck your kids are doing. Hi, Christy. How are you? Hi, Joyful. Yes, could be a neighbor who figured out that they wouldn't have been seen. Cars do go up and down that road. May have seen kids every day, but this day was the perfect opportunity. So for me, again, it's like that would have to be the perfect storm, that the kids don't go outside. Okay, we don't even buy that for a second. Okay, let's just throw that out there. We don't buy for 1 second that those kids didn't go outside unless they were supervised. Absolutely. Even Aunt there, like, he's just like, I don't care what you tell me. I don't care. Put everything in my face. I'm not going to buy it, because it's absolutely true. You know for a fact that those kids were playing outside. Who wouldn't let their kids play outside? You would tell them not to go near the road, but typically in a place like that, what you deem as a safe area, and then whatever, you're going to let your kids go outside and play in the backyard and stuff. You know, you're probably, like, typical parents would say, like, don't leave the backyard, right? Don't go near the road, depending on how old you are, type of thing. Because no one's going, oh, no, pedophile coming to, they're not. You're not thinking like that at all, actually. Like, you're zero thinking about that. All you're thinking about is don't go near the road, or you could get killed. if a vehicle comes by. So to sit there and have to think that everything had to completely line up, not that it doesn't, but that all that happened is highly improbable. And for them to think that they were going to school. So if they were going to school, there's no dog. Somebody's freaking fire alarm's going off. Someone would, like I said, the dogs would have picked up the scent if the kids were walking to school. So either the kids got snatched right then and there by that perfect car that goes by at the right time to abduct them. Dude, if you guys burn down this freaking place, I swear to God, turn off your freaking fire alarms were sensitive in here. My husband, every time when they just turned it off, every time my husband, the fire alarm goes off, honestly, my husband would always hit it with a hammer. And every time they had come in, they had to replace it all the time. Every single time. My husband, because it's not easy to pull down and the thing's going off. And my husband would just sit there with a hammer. They'd throw it away. Then they'd go, do you know where your fire alarm is? Nope. Okay, new one. Same thing. Repeat. Anyway, so good morning. Good morning. Good evening. Thanks, sunshine. Well, that's how I see that, right? It's not to say that situations don't happen, right? Dylan Eller, right? If he was snatched at 18 seconds and stuff like that. But again, we have to think of this as, were they actually walking down the road? Heck no. The dogs would have picked up their scent, right? They thought they had a lead with the prints, but it led to nothing. Now, the RCMP still doesn't feel like they were abducted, but of course they're going to tell you all options are on the table. They're always going to say that. And then boom, something happens, an arrest or something. Children are found, right? So it's more likely than it's more likely that a family member or someone that knew the kids did something than it is that one car driving by at the right time that the children happened to leave. The knapsack and the boots. Again, I wish we knew more about that. As Charmaine had brought up before, I wish we knew if that was a habit of Lily's. Did she go play outside during while they were supervised? Did she go outside with her knapsack on all the time? Was it like her little girly thing to do? Or was that just all a bunch of farce and they got rid of the boots and the freaking whatever and this and that? That's the stuff I need to think all about, right? And then with all these breadcrumbs from Belinda of what Daniel's saying and gathering, do I believe him? Do I not believe him here? That's all I'm looking for. The thing that makes the most sense to the answer of what happened to Jack and Lily. But they knew enough to wear the boots, so maybe they added a jacket too. What do you mean by that, actually? Because when I read that, I'm like, wait, what? Because they knew enough to wear the boots. You're talking about the kids, right? So maybe they added a jacket too? We talking about the kids? Because that couldn't make sense. Either the jackets kids would have put on, or else somebody would have maybe just thought to hide footwear and not jackets if they took Lily's and Jack's life. I'm not sure if I just misunderstood. Did you know that a fair amount of children have been abducted from bus stops and many more attempted? They say kids will go with anyone who offers food, water. Yeah, it is sad, you know. I'm not sure what you're speaking to, Joyful, at that point. And not many people lock the doors. Nope. Oh, to remove fire alarms. Oh. Hi, Megan. Megan Curly. Curly Whirly. Welcome to thank you for subscribing, Megan. Welcome. Welcome to the lair. I'm just gonna keep getting amazed at how dark I look. Right. Habit to take it to school. Right. Habit to take it to school. Absolutely. So, you know what? At the end of the day, so I haven't, you guys, I have been so busy with work, and I literally and then talking with Belinda and Charmaine and Kent along the way, in a sense, I haven't had time to really absorb any of this information properly, and that's kind of what I need to do. I just need to sort my brain cells out. I need to put everything in my head in perspective about what Daniel and Malehya have said. I need to probably do this more on paper, like I did with Sebastian's, not paper, but on the computer. But I need to sort myself out with the timeline properly, with what was being said, and try to put a timeline to it like that, and sort these breadcrumbs out that Belinda has been giving us about sorry, I got yawn. About Malehya's like postpartum depression stuff, and what would make sense. Like what I need to figure out in my personal head is, okay, I have to look at it. Was it just Malehya that did something and Daniel was unaware, right? But Daniel said that he saw Lily, right, come in the room 2 times. So if I'm going to believe Daniel, that means I have to believe that he saw Lily come in 2 times. So then I think to myself, okay, so sorry guys, just getting so tired now. But then I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, at what point could Malehya have done something to 2 children without Daniel being around that morning, if Daniel's saying that we saw the children? I have to look at, why did Malehya, did she lie about that whole thing? Like, meaning she looks like a total fool. That's like Daniel looking like a fool if he's saying he took a polygraph and passed, and then that's instantly, of course, suspect to the RCMP if he's lying about that, right? So I have to determine in my head all these different things and what would make the most sense. So if Malehya says that she saw that in hindsight that the kids were playing in the backyard, how the fuck would you know that? The only way you could have known that is by Janie. Unless Justin happened to be at the property, would it be by Janie? So we don't know if that's an absolute lie. The police do, or the RCMP do, but we don't. It seems like it's a bunch of BS, or because it's not matching when the last time the police are saying that Lily and Jack were seen. The only thing that would make sense to that, again, this all stuff that goes through my head. The only thing that would make sense to that is if they said that they wanted to give you that information on what the public, somebody else besides the family, for instance, knew. Because family can cover up and lie, and fucking all these bugs, man. Anyways. So anyways, these are all the things that go through my head, right? So it's a matter of sorting them back out and looking at what Belinda has said, looking at what Daniel and Malehya have said, and what we know from the audio recordings, to try to make sense of it. The bus driver, right? What time does that bus come? Now, Belinda didn't really know. She gave an answer, but I don't think she really knew. I don't think it's going to be too hard to see what time school opens, but and usually buses, right? They usually arrive at school. It's a 20-minute bus ride. So if it's 20-minute bus ride to school, we got to look what time the school opened up at, because if it's 20-minute bus ride to school for them, and that's just by measuring the distance from, oh my God, you guys, so sorry. Oh God. But we have to know, like, Okay, so yeah, it's 20-minute bus ride if you type it into Google Maps there, but buses are slower than vehicles. Buses need time to get the kids there before school opens, which is probably about 15 or 20 minutes before school opens. They arrive probably. Anyways, we need more answers. Aphrodite, hook us up with another card read. Don't forget, you guys need to go over to his channel, spam him to do another read. I found a 2-year-old alone. Okay, I gotta turn myself off camera for a sec. I gotta keep yawning. Okay, that was a good one too. I found a 2-year-old alone on the side of the country road while driving. He lived a mile away. Mom didn't even know he was missing. Yep. And now that's crazy, right? I mean, I wish it was as simple as that they could get a dog's an animal scent, but they didn't. Dogs didn't pick up shit. So if dogs don't pick up shit, what does that tell you? If the dogs didn't pick up shit, what does that tell you? Okay, those dogs in that area, those dogs, they would have been tracking those kids, whether they went into the woods, right? There was a case I remember we showed that. Remember that there was this kid that went missing. The dogs came in. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. And so the child had wandered off, their home, and it was kind of like, had a big yard to it type of thing. And this child started wandering into the bushes, and freaking dog, literally found the child. The dog took the whatever dog handler to this child. And basically what happened was the child went onto the back of their property and stuff like that. And you know how you could have little paths and different things. Well, he basically ventured and got lost. And the dog led him right there to where the child was before the cop even seen him, the child, So that stuff does happen. But the thing is there would have been a scent picked up in the woods or down the road by these trained dogs. And there wasn't. That's just it. There wasn't. So if there wasn't, how far could these children play in the woods? Well, I mean, certain dogs can do up for a couple of weeks of smell. Other dogs, not as long. That's a little information that I know from other cases. That I think Sebastian Rogers actually, that certain dogs, I don't know what breed, can smell up to like 2 weeks of someone's scent. But again, Sebastian Rogers didn't find shit. This place, they didn't find shit, right? They basically said that those blueprints, whatever, seemed like didn't really have some relevance. If those kids were playing around that yard in the 20-minute time span, okay, there would have been some laid down grass and stuff like that. Like there would have literally been something to show them that those kids were out in the backyard playing. Like there would have been some fresh footprints, some fresh grass. So I have to think of all that stuff. And to me, if the dogs don't pick up anything, that's because chances are it happened at the freaking home. And then, like I said, I got to put into perspective of, okay, if it happened at their home, did Malehya do it? Did Daniel do it? Did they both do it? And that's what I have to figure out in my head. Well, you can never say never, to be honest with you. Just like I can't say not an abduction. I can't say the bus driver didn't. That's so unlikely to me. But stranger shit has happened for sure. Yeah, but of course the dog tracks took him down the driveway. The kids go to school down the driveway. Of course. Like that's the part that we keep seeming to be stuck on here, Vanessa. Of course the dogs would take him down the driveway. Because they would be able to pick up their scent from the day before, or the day before, or the day before. So that's just natural that the dogs are going to take them down the driveway. That's where they catch their bus. I don't understand what you're trying to say on that one, because like that's like trying to gather the scent of Jack and Lily in a vehicle that they sit in all the time. Are you going to be able to determine that from that particular date, that's where the scent's coming from, to sit there and even have knowledge? No, they're not going to gain any knowledge about if the kids were in the car. They'll have knowledge if the kids were killed and put in a car, because that's what cadaver dogs do. But that's the same thing to me. If they sit in a car, their DNA and everything's all over the place. If they track down this to school all the time, it's just common, of course. It's just obvious that they're going to track down to the end of the driveway. So that's why I don't understand that part. It was, remember you guys, it was raining that day. Today's sunny, and I just hope that they're warm. I just hope that they're warm. Is that a disconnected mother? You know, is that what we're seeing there? A very disconnected mother that's trying to act like she has these emotions for her kids, that she, with postpartum depression, doesn't seem to have these attachments anymore. And it's just more of a zombie speaking to you, is truly what it feels like. Right. Anything is possible. When you don't know the answers, I think she does too. I think she has some very bad mental health issues going on. Sorrow. And the reason why we feel pain and sorrow, the reason why I feel pain and sorrow, okay, I can understand using the word we, as if I was my husband, you know, the reason why, but I could never ever stand there and use the word, well, the reason we have pain and sorrow, repeat, the reason we have pain and sorrow, repeat, the reason we have pain and sorrow. That's exactly how that sounded like. So freaking void of any emotion. And we just want them home, you know. We just want them out. And I tell Jack, you know, or sorry, not Jack. I tell Daniel, and then you know what? When now I'm going to go to that part of her thing.
And you're always thinking the worst.
You're always thinking the worst.
We had people text me saying that, but we've been pushing for an Amber Alert, which has.
Yeah, I don't care. Which part of? Oh yeah, I tell Jack. 1 second. No, I can say Jack. Tired, Daniel.
And the next thing we knew, it was quiet. Hear it when it opens, and they happened to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens.
You can't hear it when it opens. How would you know that unless it's happened before? So you would, honestly, an incident would have happened before, or let's just say many, because the kids weren't supervised and were in and out of the backyard like most parents would let their kids do. But you're trying to lie and make it seem like you're a really good parent. But that is how she's saying it exactly.
And they were outside playing.
They were outside. They were outside playing, but
weren't aware of it at the time.
But we weren't aware of it at the time. So the only way that you could not be aware of it is if somebody heard the children. That's the only way you could have known about that. Right? So is this a slip up? Did she fuck up by saying that? And that nobody, because that can be verified for her to say that. The RCMP, all they need to do is ask the other person on the property, or if Justin was over there by chance, the brother or whatever, that's all you need to do. So then if she said that, right, that is a huge fuck up by her saying that. but we didn't know that at the time. You can't backtrack on what you just said there and go, oh, well, what I meant to say was, hey, Mark, one of the worst nights. Right. I mean, we could pick this thing apart again. Every single time we watch this, we could pick it apart. Hold on a second. Hey, Dee Canada. Thank you so much. I know it's really late for some of you guys over there, and it's dwindling down little by little, and that's okay, because it's just then I start thinking about this. This interview just bugs the fuck out of me.
And the next thing we knew, it was quiet, and we get up and I tell him.
Okay, so let me just put that little piece back again. Okay, hold on.
It was quiet, and we get up and I tell him my.
Okay. Right here, I feel like she already knows that she just fucked up. Like, she knows that she said that sentence weirdly. And then now that she knows that she said that in a strange way, right? Because this to me is someone that's lying, that her brain is going faster than her, her mouth is going faster than her brain, in a sense. And so all of a sudden she says, and this is how I'm thinking about it. Okay. So
my partner, Daniel.
Okay. So let's listen to that fully. Okay. Because this part.
And we get up and I tell him my partner, Daniel.
Okay. And I tell him, she knows she's fucked up. And then that's when she goes into this. And I tell him, shit, wrong freaking thing. My partner, Daniel. Right. And it's almost like she just realized what she just said, in a sense. And then it's almost like I tell him, so now I have to kind of go over that sentence a bit and go, so the person I'm talking about there is my partner, Daniel. The one that I said I told instead of I asked Daniel, because she's too busy thinking about her freaking lie. And then she goes into this stupid thing about my partner, Daniel.
I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no. And we get up instantly.
I tell him, did you hear the kids? I tell him, no.
We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911.
Just instantly just call 911, right? So was that at 8 o'clock? I mean, you literally sent Belinda that message before she posted it, saying that it was at 8:30 that you heard him in the bedroom. But the phone call comes in at 10 o'clock, not 9:40, say 10 o'clock. But she tells Belinda 9:40. Daniel uses his timeline of 20 minutes, right? So that basically that means that if 10 o'clock is right or whatever, but let's put it back to even 9:20. 9:20, okay? Looked around, they're only gone for about 20 minutes. Other than that, we're good parents, 20 minutes. Oh, wait, you fuck ups, because you already said 8:30 to Belinda, and you said 8 o'clock to the RCMP. So when you know that this interview seems like a lie, and the timeline is, like I said, like what I think Aphrodite is saying to us, and which I think is obvious anyway. It's when you're sitting there making up the shit, then that becomes a lie. So when you're watching her do this interview, why does it sound like a lie? Because it is a lie, and doesn't mean that they did anything to the kids still. We're talking about that they're definitely covering their asses for sure. They're lying about the timeline, but yet they've already fucked it up by saying 8 o'clock. And then it's fucked up later when he says 20 minutes. And they both act like they immediately, my gut, that gut about those kids that I cared about so much that I just let them wander outside. Probably those kids, you mean? But my gut, the hurt and the pain. I instantly in my gut felt like I needed to call 111, because my mind, it went. Now, I understand someone saying that my mind goes to the worst thought. Mine does instantly. When I truly care about my child, absolutely goes to the worst place. But I'm not buying it actually when she says it. It's not coming off as authentic. It's kind of like, and here we go again. So the rest of the story is that I immediately called 911 because my mind, of course, went to the worst case scenario. It's just her interview. God, if they could do a case study on what never to effing do in an interview, they just need to show hers. Seriously. Absolutely. Yeah, that part, I think, Charmaine, is absolutely clear. I think, to be honest with you, I think that there's that space there between 8 o'clock to 10, even though we don't exactly know when, actually. Hold on. Let me think about that again. Nope. Because we can only go as good as Thursday. We don't know that Jack and Lily were even playing outside at that point. But still, if Daniel is telling the truth, that, hold on, is that husband buzzing me? Oh, he has to work tomorrow. Oh, need yo go bed, baby. Yeah, he's saying it. Okay, I'm going to leave you guys with that thought. Okay, you guys, I need to let my husband go to bed. I keep forgetting. It's my Friday because I got my 2 days off. So let me just do this quickly. Charmaine, thank you again for the memberships that everybody got for that. Bless, of course, Lily and Jack in this whole entire live and the case that we're following. Helen became a new member. She's been a member before, though. I know that. Right, Helen? Super sticker from Helen for $3. Tina, she did a $2 super sticker. Joyous did a $25 super sticker. Helen did a $1 super sticker here as well. And Butterflies did a $6.99 super sticker here as well. So thank you guys for that. Thank you. Most importantly, of course, thank you guys for caring so much about this case and for supporting the channel for the people that do. And again, thinking logically, not trying to throw fluff out there, putting out facts, and again, keeping it real and having some really nice discussions. Because you guys know this, right? Is that, like, for instance, I never thought about the bus driver whatsoever. So now in my head, I have to bring him into the picture because the bus driver was the last person to see the children, although on Tuesday, right? But meaning I have, because the bus driver, I never even, like I said, thought to bring that. I still don't think the bus driver had anything to do with it, but I at least need to go through my head to, like, basically push it off to the side and go, no, that seems really unlikely, and kind of go from, do I feel like it's scenario 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 type of thing? Anyways, no, she's not innocent. No. Okay, she's innocent. How many predators reveal true colors? I have a big feeling it's the bus driver. I know you're caught up on the bus driver, and Joe said his wife Chaos thinks it as well. It's not the bus driver. Hey, Valerie. I haven't seen you. It's the first time I've seen you today. It's not the bus driver. I know you'll leave me a bunch of notes on the video, so I'll check out those. But I don't think you've been. Did you just get here? It's not the bus driver, Sonny. Yeah, just saying. Yeah, well, I don't think so. But it really just becomes how people are looking at the facts and stuff in this case, and where their own thoughts take them, and that I can appreciate. We all have them. Okay. Thank you, Charmaine, for joining me. Thank you guys for all being here. Going to be just heading off here, you guys. And again, I know Valerie will put some posts on there as I see them come in. I don't see them all. There's a lot of posts there, Valerie, but sometimes I don't see them all for sure. Okay, I'm not exactly that great at like when posts come in. It's like if I see them as someone's putting a post, you know, and then I catch it right away. But sometimes I have a hell of a time going, where the hell is that comment that it's an age thing. That's an age thing. You know what? I actually don't feel like it is stormy, to be honest with you. Meaning, when I say that, the Lori Vallow case is a complicated case. That one's full of twists and turns, freaking ghouls and goblins. Oh my. But this isn't a complicated case. This is one of many cases that are done for the same reasons, meaning that the answer to this is going to be a very common answer to why people perhaps, there's only going to be so many scenarios, right? So that's why this isn't complicated to me. The point, the bottom line is that, you know, obviously the RCMP have to do their thing and they have to be able to have the evidence and the data to figure out what happened. They live in an isolated place that doesn't have any sort of cell reception, right? So they might not have as much digital data for Cellbrite and stuff like that as they might need. So this is going to be more of a harder case to solve if they don't really have a lot of digital data that kind of shows a vehicle right? So everything they do has to be based on people's footage and trying to put pieces together. But as for their property and stuff like that, again, if there's no cell service out there, it's not like they can go, oh, Daniel's vehicle or Michaela's vehicle left, you know, and moved 5 inches. They can do that with some cars, right? The vehicle moves. So unless there's a GPS system in Malehya's vehicle or Daniel's vehicle, I don't know. JSN. I'm just gonna wrap it up here. The story I'm getting here, 100%, yeah, 100%. The story I'm getting here, she had no problem four-wheeling, fishing, and partying. Well, that's the thing is that Valerie is from, you know, within that Nova Scotia area. And it's, you know, people will talk and people will say stuff and people that know the family, right? So that's the best gossip ever. Yeah, please. Oh, okay, perfect. Okay. Anyways, all my military family in Nova Scotia thinks it is. Well, all my sonnies think that it isn't. And I probably am bigger width-wise than your entire family. So take that. No, just kidding, Vanessa. Anyways, I gotta go. My husband needs to go to bed. So I guess hugs, warmest kisses. And am I doing a live tomorrow? I don't know. Probably not, actually. I don't know. I'll have to see. I need to make a video for Lily and Jack, and that takes a lot of time for the awareness video. I might just chill out tomorrow. I don't know. I'll think about it. I'm a YOLO type of person. If I do a live, I'll do a live. So if I do see you tomorrow, I see you tomorrow. Wait, what is tomorrow? The 30th? Oh, it's still at the end of the month. 31st is the end of the month, isn't it? I was just trying to think of when this month was over. So the 2nd will be a month that, of course, the children, wow, that we're at a month point. Okay, I'm out of here, you guys. All the best to you. See you guys soon, okay? And thank you. Please hit the like and the share if you haven't on the way out. And that's it. Bonjour. Bonjour. I think, is that hi and bye, I think, right? Bonjour.